He pumped water into bottles with his magic, bragging that it was 999 models. Then he tapped the next one and shouted it had become 1,000. Yep, that settles it. Today's party is over. He glanced at his watch, grinning and going, "Good news, it's only half morning." It hit him faster than he expected. This guy insisted distilled water was the key ingredient in every porcelain processing step, then doubled down to say water also plays a role in preparing living organisms, claiming its quality decides the final quality of the whole manufacturing. The distilled water he makes is top-tier, perfection smooth, pure, and flawlessly stirred with magical power. He snapped his watch shut and said this gave him time after lunch to dig into his study materials. Then the door burst open and a man came sprinting in, yelling that he was going to greet the Rasta master. He spun around and locked eyes with a man. Russ said it was Master Lee Halsam, and then asked how he could help and why in the world he'd come here. Halsam is an alchemist from the blacksmithing section, and he shot an angry smile, claiming he didn't know what to say, so that's why the folks in the basic research department. The man slammed on the brakes and snapped that it didn't matter, then said the association's head wants to see him. Russ stared in shock, begging to know what just happened, while Halsam hurried off before anyone could ask. The guy couldn't shake the feeling that Lee Olson, who's always somehow tied to him, was pulling the strings again. Rust kept pushing his point, insisting he's always been all in on tracking every budget detail for the Department of Basic Research, where he works while Lee Halsam works in the Department of Blacksmithing, powering the manufacture of armor, the company behind the biggest money in the whole operation. Rust couldn't stop himself. He kept wondering why Lee Halsam was in such an amazing mood. He yanked a box of water off the shelf and declared he'd go buy distilled water, then barked that the maids should stay put and mind their own business. Rust stormed into the association boss's office, not knowing what was coming, and the head immediately whips a paper at him telling him that the Department of Basic Research just got its budget slashed. Rust snatched the papers, and the moment he did, surprise hit like a punch. The guy sputtered in shock, screaming there was no budget. Rust said the Basic Research Department always backs the others, but they've gotten nowhere fast. Then the head snapped back that of course it would, because the budget should only flow to the departments that rake in the most profits. Rust swore that was the whole point. Then the head snapped him off and yelled, "That's enough!" Now the Fundamental Research Department is officially gone, and all they've got left is to shove themselves into the other departments. The head leaned in and said he was certain I'd thank him for holding off on firing me. For now, and once I finally figured out what to do, I'd be back in my fitness classes. Rust raged that arguing with him was pointless because without the Department of Basic Research, they never could have built tubes for these devices. Then the guy snatched the papers and tore off fast. Rust believed this whole breakthrough was forged by the Department Basic Research teamed up with the formula development crew, while the Fundamental Research Department supplied every solution and substrate they needed to make it. Rust let out a heavy sigh, fuming at the association's head and everyone else who didn't understand his field, because they were sure the fundamental research section had gotten nowhere. He strode into his office, dropped into his chair, stared at the ceiling, and grimly figured the association would shrink because he'd taken the helm with too many people. But somehow, he still pushed through and kept working for them. Rest went off, insisting they're proud that not a single successful development ever happened without their Department of Basic Sciences. Every one of them demands the best materials there are, and he slumped with tired certainty, thinking, I really did set everything up for this. Russ said the budget was slashed, and the Department of Basic Research got gutted, and he's convinced he won't be able to talk his way past the current chairman. He pointed at the message and asked with burning curiosity. Then the guy R.A. stared at the typewriter, clacking out the letter. This is the peak of modern metalwork perfection. Rust even claims his department helped forge those basic materials, too. Then the guy grabs the letter in his hands. Rest happily says it all started with, Corinne then drops a bombshell. There's a graduation coming up at school, and somehow he's got the same vibe as his comrades, because the girl even writes that it's incredible, and she's got an offer lined up for him. Back when we were kids, we totally wrecked the classroom, turning it into a full-on jungle. The professor hauled me in and made me write non-stop apologies, and Rust snapped that it wasn't exactly a genius move. The guy was convinced she'd even join the war on the border. Rust finally tells Corinne what really happened, and Corinne writes that she knows Rust thinks she's being rude, yet she's ready to lay the truth on him anyway. Rust learned that Karen had been handed a border fief, and now they wanted him to help forge their territory. So he stared at the future and realized two roads had opened up before him. He started to weigh his options. Either he lives the rest of his days stuck doing housework, or he grabs that parchment that promises a future where anything can happen. Russ stared out the window and asked, "Should I quit?" Then the guy grinned and insisted they'd have a blast together, again with Corinne. If it was the association's former president, then Yafis would be the dream job, because he had feelings for him. O'Hallhammer, the association's former president, had been trained to swear by fundamental research, so Rest just sank into the books, convinced they'd cooked up those recipes together. Luzuto and the other members of the fundamental research section are the association's beating heart and the reason it lives. He snatched up his backpack and stormed out of the office, sure that after the political chaos, Mr. Hariyama had been shifted to a different service and that the man who took his place was the head of the cooperative M, a former official. The guy slammed to a stop outside the head's office. Lee Heil Sam and the head were already talking. He practically raised his fist to knock, then froze and chose to listen instead. Lee Heil Sam dropped something onto the table and declared it was every last scrap of info from the gun's best page. The head admitted it was true. He'd funnel every last coin to the armored development team, and Lahil burst out, shouting how grateful he was, because he knew exactly how to build an employment agency. Then the head leaned in and told him to keep grinding on the arsenal's new samples. Rest seethed, thinking they should have talked a little more quietly at least. He slammed his fist on the door, ignored the whole permission thing, and barged in anyway. Then the head snapped, roaring that he wasn't allowed here because you don't just stroll in. Russ slammed the resignation letter onto the table, locked eyes with the boss, and declared dead confident he was done in quitting. The head gasped, stunned by what Rust had just said. But Rust ignored everyone and bolted for the exit. Then Lahelson thundered, asking why he was trying to quit on his own, and the head slammed back, shouting that Rust couldn't leave. He skidded to a stop and shoved the papers into their hands, then said, stone cold and emotionless, that he could quit any time they wanted. The head and the Hailsome dove into the documents, and the second they read, their faces snapped into pure terror. Russ said his employment contract only covers the Department of Basic Research. Then he added that because of someone else's move, the fundamental research section got shut down. So yeah, you can quit this organization and walk out the same day. Rust waved at them and started to head out, but Lee Hall snapped, demanding what was going to happen to the household chores and who on earth would make his distilled water. He stared him down and snapped back that he had to cook it himself. This wasn't some contract gig, and besides, he's a necromancer, so yeah, it's his job, and it's insanely simple. The head weirdly snapped that it was time for him to go, and Masterly Heilsome shot back that they didn't need him at all. So the head stared hard at Heilsome and demanded if it was true, and the man finally nodded, hesitating but admitting, yeah, of course. The association's boss snapped that they didn't need people who couldn't even feel how badly the group wanted to hire them. Then, even as a handyman, his eyes practically screamed at him to get out of here. Rest snapped back that he didn't need anyone's kindness. See you later. Then the guy stormed out of the office and slammed the door hard behind him, and Rest kept trudging down the corridor. He suddenly skidded to a stop in front of the painting right there. A huge dragon was painted as if it were yanking its head toward a person, and the mysterious man reached out his hands to him. Rust sank into sadness, thinking this would be the final time he'd ever see that painting, until the guy told him he was truly grateful for the support. Then Rust turned, walked out the door, and left the association behind. Rust stormed out of the city and shouted like he'd just won, yelling that he was resigning, pure joy on his face because he'd already canceled the lease on his apartment. He pulled out a scroll, leaned in, and asked if they were really going to press on toward Karen. He blared that the deployment manifestation of the behemoth was underway, and the moment Rust touched the scroll, it burst into radiant light. The behemoth's combustible slammed into view, massive enough to shake the whole world. Rust grinned and hopped onto his back, then yelled at full volume for him to surge forward. The animal sprinted straight for the border in a blur. Rust believed Kali Lung's inhabited lands sat out on the northern edge of the country. He rang up Kali Lung and told her he'd be taking care of her. Then she told Rust they were ready to welcome him with open arms, and somehow he just thought, this is a little much, right? Like there's nothing he can do to stop it. Rust stayed on the behemoth and pushed onward until they plunged into the forest where the guy leaned in and said, we haven't seen each other in forever. And Rust slowly started studying the wild around them, like every detail mattered. He swore he'd visited this paradise before just to haul in materials, because the flowers were everywhere. A gentle breeze brushed his face, and that fresh, new shoot smell hit so hard it felt unreal. Rust told everyone he finally had some free time, so he's starting his hunt for supplies. He just hopes there are still settlements hanging around near the lake. The huge beast began whipping its head and tail around then. Out of nowhere, he charged straight ahead, and Rest froze, realizing those signals could only mean one thing: trouble. And something truly bad had already gone down. Rust warned Behemoth to tread carefully, and the guy immediately guessed those wooden crackers on the alarm system were meant for his majesty. Then Rust spotted a girl sprawled unconscious on the ground right in front of him. The guy dove off the Behemoth, shouting for the other to keep his guard up. Then he scanned the area like a hawk, convinced that if anyone travels these roads, they could step into a trap where strangers dress up as foreigners, though the odds of that happening here were basically nothing. Rust stared at the girl and declared she was one of the rare knight's priests. The guy dropped into a crouch and touched her, like he had to make sure she'd be okay. Rust swore he was almost certain this was the priest's true form, the community's form, the goddess of revenge made real. When he pressed his hand to her skin, he felt it right away. She was burning with a high fever. The guy swore he thought she was out cold. Then Rust shot back that an antipyretic herb was on the way, so how would she even know about it? He spun her over, blurted that he had to clear her airways and check if she was okay, then quickly apologized for getting hands-on. Rust stared at the girl's face, and the shock hit hard. She was burning from head to toe, dangerously ill. The guy snapped with furious thoughts. This had to be compression because it couldn't get any worse. He had to save her no matter what. Rust yanked the scroll open, and magic swallowed the girl whole. Then that guy pushed him into starting the creation. The moment the scroll touched the girl, it snapped to life and started spilling secrets. That guy figured she was burning with a brutal fever and barely holding on to her life, and things just got savage for the alchemist. Rust even said it wouldn't be easy for her. He studied the scroll inch by inch, and a rush of hope hit him. Maybe this was it, the real cause of the fever at last. Rust stared at her side and said the wounds were serious. Now everything clicked in his mind. This wasn't just any poison, it was a familiar, and his potions couldn't cut it for healing. The guy stared at the plants thriving in the forest, and Rust blurted, "That's it, we're making a whole new healing potion." He stormed off to hunt for the right herbs, then barked at the Behemoth to stand guard over the girl. Rust dove into the forest thicket, sprinted like his life depended on it, then slammed to a stop, lungs burning as he tried to catch his breath, but the air just wouldn't come fast enough. Rust wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered that skipping his daily exercises was the last mistake he should have made. From now on, he's got to start training. No excuses. The guy said he'd chug the drink and start breathing again, and Rust went on the spot, guzzling the potion until the bottle was bone dry. He stared ahead and spotted a tiny lake ringed with bright grass, and he burst out laughing like he'd hit the jackpot, because this was exactly what he'd been hunting for. Rust felt it was crystal clear. The grass was thinning little by little, and the guy warned him someone was coming back for it on a regular schedule. Rust dove into the herbs, claiming each one could heal the body and even mend injured parts, flushing toxins out like poison from the system. Then he picked the very last plant. He figured that a plain plant could do next to nothing, but the moment it's brewed into a potion, its power suddenly flips and hits his body way harder. He smiled, thinking, if this had struck sooner, there'd be no way to stop the poison now. He promised he'd brew a potion somehow, then stared at the water and said his brother had once been stuck in the same mess. Rust clenched his resolve and set out to forge a cure. Then he called the scroll back and started brewing the medicine. Rust says creation, liberation, the gravitational yoke, 5 things you absolutely need. Then, boom, the cleansing begins, and a massive drop of water slams into the scene. Rust swore that every time he brewed a potion, he'd need Ahriman X, so he played it safe and set everything up ahead of time, because Ahriman didn't want to get involved, and that guy warned him, "I've got a massive problem. I end up creating everything. This water isn't just water. It's a whole concept made solid, and she turns into exactly what it demands." Rest is laying out a pile of tricks for the perfect concept, then drops his wild claim. He'll read 1,000 books a day, brew 1,000 bottles of potions a day, and he's starting a new training meant to forge the purest potion ever. He flashed a grin and swore that the purest water could heal anything. Then he started mixing the ingredients for the potion, because once that crystal pure water meets the medicinal herbs, the result is nothing short of magic. When everything clicks just right, the water blooms into a vivid violet color. Russ pressed the drop to his fingertips and swore it was cleansing like instant relief. And then he announced it. The potions were ready. He truly believed that was all there was to making one. All for that girl with the wound who was already lying there unconscious. He filled the bottle with the medicine so it'd be easier to hand the girl. Then Rust grinned and praised him like it was perfect now. It was time for him to head back. Rust burst back to the girl and froze when he saw the giant beast crushing the ground beneath it, stomping like it owned the world. Then it started leaping and shaking its head like it had to get something out of its system, and Rust couldn't tell if it was in trouble or if it was just messing around, because either way, he had no idea what it was planning next. The behemoth rampaged harder now, leaping and smashing the earth like it wanted it gone. Rust could only stare and wonder, with a shaky breath, if this was all that was left of what he'd become. Rust sprinted up to him, buzzing with worry, and blurted out, "Are you okay? What happened while I was gone?" The hippo lifted a paw and waved its head like, "Come closer right to me." A giant behemoth stamp sprawled across the ground, and in the middle sat a black mark. Rust froze in shock because he recognized it at once. He snapped at the behemoth to hold tight, not to let him go. He brushed his fingers over the strange liquid and swore it showed up way too oddly right on cue. Rust figured she'd led him here to trail her, so he closed the distance, stepped up to the girl, and blurted out, "I'm sorry." He drizzled the medicine over her, convinced this was the only thing he had to do. Help her? And then the very last drops splashed onto the girl's face. Her bruises started vanishing, her limbs kicked back to life, and she blinked hard like she'd finally snapped out of a nightmare. Then she mumbled, "What happened?" And her eyes shot wide open. She jolted upright, yanked herself away from Rust, and snapped into a fighting stance to shield herself. Then she tentatively asked the guy if he was her enemy. Rust didn't see this coming when she woke up. He figured she'd thank him. Then they'd split and be done. Rust jabbed a finger at the hippo footprint and said that if she meant the one stalking her, then he'd been right there. The girl locked onto him for a few tense seconds, too scared to move her head and risk losing sight of him. Then she forced herself to turn, and, sure enough, a creature was staring right back at her. The girl snatched her sword, then fired a question straight at Rastui. "What's going on?" He said he was with the association, then stopped cold and snapped back that it wasn't like that anymore. Rust told her he was an itinerant alchemist with zero money, and he awkwardly braced himself, like he was about to blurt out anything about the association. Even after leaving the association, he still can't shake that habit. Now he's jobless too. The girl stormed up to him and blurted out, loud as thunder, whether he was messing with alchemy so. Rust shot his arms up in shock, then snapped that she shouldn't scream like that. Rust blurted out how sorry he was, then healed her wound without even asking, because the poison still hasn't been fully purged from her body yet, and that's just the truth. He didn't do anything else. He thrust a potion flask into her hands, and she stared at it like it might explode. Then she bowed deep and thanked him, saying he truly saved her. With the medicine working like a miracle, her gratitude spilled out. Rust just smiled and kept his eyes on her. The girl practically bounced with excitement and demanded, "So what do I owe you for your help?" She was ready to do anything to repay him. Rust scratched his head, feeling stupidly misunderstood, and insisted he wanted zero gratitude from her, because he figured she thought he hadn't fully cured her and that he should be paid for the real cure. Rust stammered that he meant no harm at all, begging her not to twist his actions into something evil, and then he added that she doesn't owe him a single thing for helping her. He pulled out a potion, jabbed at it with his finger, and told her straight up that it'd be better if she stayed conscious long enough to drink it herself. The girl flashed a huge smile and waved off his apology. She was the one who kept begging forgiveness, always watching and worrying, so that's why she leaned in and asked what he wanted. Rust's cheeks flamed at how gorgeous the girl was. Then he grinned back, because the whole misunderstanding was finally cleared, and she even admitted he really had good intentions. The girl stared at the bottle and said, like it was obvious, that his potions were ridiculously good and there was no way they could be free, because her confidence was so solid it practically rang in the air. He stared at her in shock, then broke into a huge grin, yanked out a bag of medicines, and Rust said, "If you really believe that, then we can strike a deal." Rast thumped his chest and declared with swagger that he was a wandering alchemist right on Karen's payroll, the lady of the northern border, and then promised that if trouble ever showed up again, she'd lend him the power of her sword. He snapped his hand up in a friendly wave, grinning like he meant it, then stared at her and asked, "So what's your name?" Rust pulled out a potion bottle, smirked, and promised that she'd owe him for it. Then the girl grinned right back. She shoved a sword into his hands and whispered that she was Tora, the goddess of revenge, one of the 3 night swords, warning him to lock that name in his mind, because she was the one who wipes out evil. Taurus locked eyes with him and said she was slicing through it all with her sword. Rust tried to smile, even though it felt awkward, because she honestly looked like she adored herself. Then the guy shoved a bottle of potion into her hands and told her she could take it. Tora snatched it up, chubbed it down, and let out a stunned breath, then stared at her own hands like they'd betrayed her, whispering in shock that she suddenly felt warm all over. Tora pressed her fingers to her cheeks, yanked out her sword, and stared into the blade like it was a mirror. To confirm her hunch, then her own reflection left her staring in pure disbelief. She burst into tears, and through all the sobs, she joyfully declared that her curse was finally gone, while Rust tore his gaze away, mortified that he'd witnessed a crying girl. Dora couldn't stop sobbing. She swore it was a curse no drop of holy water could wash away, and Rust figured it was just the potion's extra trick, the kind that came after the curse was lifted. He kept arguing, insisting the potion was pure water. No joke, so he claimed it must be a divine drink, which means it hits harder than holy water. Rest smiled because the girl looked so happy, then he clambered onto the behemoth, thinking wiping out the curse felt like an extra gift, and if she would let him, he'd bring her something special. The behemoth thundered ahead, and Rust barked at Tor to hold up just 1 minute. The girl lunged for him, but nothing she did could slow him down. She screamed for him to stop, wildly, but Rust wouldn't even hear her. He'd already decided what he needed next, and he started thinking about where he could get it. Tora stared at the bottle like it was about to explode with secrets, then blurted out that she'd found a potion in gold, the legendary elixir, and warned that Rust would be paying for this debt for the rest of her life. She snatched the bottle up and tilted it into the sunlight, and Tora couldn't stop laughing at how wildly amazing that man was for saving her from the curse until her own hands started buzzing like crazy. He told her it was on the northern border, and she spun around to bolt from the forest, swearing she'd get revenge first, then chase him north. Thora and Rast kept drifting farther apart, and every second proved one truth: love is what keeps this world alive, even if most people never learn it and never dare to speak it out. Night crashed down, and the behemoth finally came to a stop. Rust slid off, soothed the beast with a hand, and declared they were stopping right here. Then he grinned. The stars are brighter than usual tonight, and it's unreal. Rest still felt fire in his bones, and after tearing himself away from the Torah, he swore he'd head straight north. Then he stared up at the starry sky, warmed himself with a crude campfire, and let the flames steady his thoughts. He said, and honestly, he couldn't remember the last time he'd had a night like this. At the association, he'd chased his curiosity all night until dawn, and now he's stranded in the woods. Russ sprawled the map open and swore that, just ahead of the northern border, another village was waiting and they'd hit it fast. The guy grabbed a bite of his candy bar, and the behemoth instantly surged up to snatch one for himself, but Rust snapped, "Nope, that's not your food." He figured his whole journey would be powered by food like that. Then he started piecing it together, a bar packed with dried grains and fruit, born from an invention that just happened to come out during those old research days. Karin just slapped him with the weirdest nickname. What did she call him again? Rust finally remembered. She'd named him like she named that. Candy bar, a grass brick. The guy took a bite. He had to admit it. It didn't taste half bad. He snapped his head up and stared at the stars, and Rust told him they'd have to reach the village by tomorrow night. So he decided it was finally time to hit the bed. Next day hit, and just like that, everything came to a dead stop. Rust hopped off him, yanked out a map, and stared hard at where they were. Wait, why would the behemoth stop here? Rust boarded, shocked, and then it clicked. They pulled up at the village of Tom. He stomped into a town that looked totally abandoned, then muttered, shaky but hopeful, that this had to be the village Corinne meant. But was he really sure? He'd pictured a living city, not something this empty. Rust ran a hand over the behemoth and grinned, saying that now they'd arrived, there was no reason to keep searching. Help wasn't needed anymore, and he owed the world to everything Rust had done. The guy broke into magic, swore it was finally time to go back, and started his return. He crumpled the magic scroll up, told them they'd meet again soon, and promised they'd travel once more. Then Rust said he could finally get back to his business, until some random man cut in and demanded, "Who are you?" The guy stared at him in shock and blurted that he'd noticed him too. Then Rust cut in, saying he was a wandering alchemist and his name was Rust. But before he could finish, the man snapped to attention and screamed in disbelief, shouting that Rust was an alchemist. The man told Rasta he didn't want to march up to their headman and greet him, and Rust mulled it over for a few minutes before finally nodding and saying he was in. As they strode through the city, Rust kept his eyes razor sharp, scouring every corner, cracked old shops, shuttered houses, and wells left to rot and forget. And the whole place looked ancient down to its bones. Rust stared around and realized the streets felt weirdly empty-like. Some houses were gone and more had vanished in their place, until he finally stopped in front of a huge, gorgeous mansion. He spun around and spotted dried herbs, and those twigs hanging by the entrance hit him like a sign. This had to be the headman's house, and judging by what he'd just seen, the village had been messed with recently. The man slammed on the door and blared to the headman that he'd hauled an alchemist right in. An old man with a cane stepped out of the house, leaned in, and demanded if this was a real alchemist. Then the other guy shot back. "No, I haven't checked yet, but tell me, doesn't he look exactly like one?" Rust yanked out a medallion etched with a tree, scales, and the moon and sun, then flashed a grin. "Hey," he said, introducing himself as Rust, an itinerant alchemist. "This is the alchemist's medallion," he added, convinced it could turn into a guided confirmation. The man crouched and studied the locket up close, then snapped, stunned, that he was sorry for the clumsy move, but he needed to clear something up. The old man straight up claimed he runs this village as its headman, and honestly, only the real alchemists carry medallions like that, because if he's remembering right, his is the highest rank. Right? Rust stared at the medallion, and it clicked this wasn't an alchemist's dignity. One, so he knew exactly who he was and what rank he held. He barely even looked at it because, yeah, if you remember, this is a first-rank medallion. Then he started fighting the point, yelling that the Alchemists' Association was split by rank, even though more than half of them were at the maximum rank, including the Lehalls themselves, all ranked first. Rust decided his old crew really was one of the best in the whole country, so he had nothing to hide. He grinned, faced the headman, and admitted it. Yeah, he was an alchemist at the highest rank. The headman jabbed a finger toward his house and demanded forgiveness for his subordinate's disrespect, then waved him inside for tea, because right there, he revealed he had a request for Master Rust. Rust guessed the quiet houses meant the village was busy with all sorts of official services, and the way they handled top-rank alchemists proved these folks were educated so. When the guy finally spoke to the headman, he gratefully thanked him for the invitation. They burst into the house, slid into their seats, and soon the woman pouring tea hurried over apologizing that it wasn't top grade. Russ wasn't sure things would stay smooth, but he flashed her a smile and told her he was grateful anyway. He lifted the mug to his nose, grinned wide as the aroma hit, and reveled in it. After living on nothing but plain bars and tea brewed from ordinary leaves, this warm cup suddenly tasted like pure heaven. The headman promised he'd ask straight to the point, and the man grilled Rust. "So, do you have any of those old-style magic stones stored away?" Rust blurted out, shocked, that he wanted the old-style stones. So the guy slammed his mug on the table and said his answer hinged on the exact details of the request. Then Rust demanded to know from the headman why they even needed those old stones. The man grinned and leaned in, asking Rust what he needed to know about the reform of every magic weapon they signed into last year. Rust heard the guy nod and say, "Yeah, I remember." Then he went on about how last year Lee Hale from the blacksmithing crew bragged for a whole week showing off a weapon and claiming, "This is my handiwork," laughed all through it. He bragged that this weapon would boost his power. Then the man who ran into Rasta snapped back in rage, saying this reform was just a rename from old to new, because once the weapon was in his hands, it turned into nothing but plain sticks that couldn't do a thing. The headman barked at Zara to mind his manners, but the truth was, his words hit the mark, so the old man leaned in and asked if Zara could bring them, and Zara nodded back. Then Russ turned to the headman and demanded he spell it all out in more detail. The man slapped 2 pistols on the table, nearly the same, but not quite, and the boss indicated the plainer one, an old-school model, worn with history. Then his eyes snapped to the decorated pistol, and he announced it was brand new magic. The headman said magic weapons were basically a lifeline for people who didn't know weapons inside and out back, when reform was still just a rumor. But ever since that moment, everything has flipped. The headman swore the old model is solid as steel, cheap to maintain, and even the fuel magic stone barely needs swapping. And he said it's basically the perfect buddy for folks living on the border. That old H32 model, built years ago, still hits different than the immortal model, comes along and suddenly she's everyone's go-to. The kind of person people would genuinely trust with their lives. Rust grabbed his arms and swore to himself that when he first joined the association, he'd only be building this model. But the blacksmithing department was led back then by Master Hallhammer, and they just forged this weapon, the kind that lets a soldier live to old age before it ever takes them out. Even though experts back then mocked this economical powerhouse model as dull junk, Rust grinned, because to regular users, she was downright stunning. And the guy added that he wouldn't expect anything less from Master Hallhammer. The guy claimed that the newest model, R01, was somehow nothing compared to God's own weapon then. Czar snapped in, furious, calling it total nonsense and insisting it couldn't possibly be worse than a weapon at all. And the headman immediately ordered him to watch his manners. The old man stared at Rust and said, "Yep, you nailed it." The power surged just a bit, but after a dozen shots, the weapon shattered and fell apart. The headman snapped that it was only getting worse because the real problem was fuel. You can power the R01 using nothing but the newest magic stones, and those stones are already insanely valuable, so they burn through your supply fast. ZR swore that the outdated model still packed enough power, and the headman nodded until the truth hit hard. They'd already shut down making those old models, and the magic stones for them were gone too. The headman snapped that the old model magic weapons still worked like a charm, but without magic stones, they were dead weight. Czar said they had no choice but to buy these new guns, only for them to be completely useless, and to top it all off, feeding them emptied their pockets for a pretty hefty sum. So he said that since all this went down, they'd have to tighten their belts and even swallow the vandalism monsters left behind. Yet even when they tried to hold on to their supplies, the weapons would still blow up or snap to pieces. Czar snapped that the beasts and monsters didn't just strike harder, they're multiplying the damage by the powers of many. The headman warned that fear had started to spread, especially among the ones who fed their families, until Rust snapped in and said they were eventually driven to safer, calmer lands. Now it finally clicked. Why they were begging for those old stones. The headman beamed and asked what it meant that Rust was handing them over. But Rust just scratched his head, stumbled over his words, and admitted he didn't have a single one. Czar and the headman snapped their gaze at him, frustration blazing. Rust grinned and promised he'd forge them himself. Czar and the headman stared at him in stunned silence. The old man shrugged and said it was totally fine. Czar snapped back that no, he thinks it's awesome. And Rust blinked like, "Wait, did I just say something incredible?" He told them clear as day that his service wouldn't be free. Then their faces twisted in horror as they finally realized they understood. Rust demanded access to the forest's resources, and he asked fairly with limits what they thought about it. Czar and the headman shot each other a shocked look. Czar leaned in and asked Rust if this was truly all he wanted, because their forest was packed with kajeli trees, and the big question was where that power could even be used. Rust told them, "Yeah, there are loads of them here. It's amazing." But Rust had always figured that people with zero knowledge of alchemy would say the same, and lately it's gotten harder and harder for settlers to plant kagel in their villages. Rust kept insisting he'd read ancient folk tales, swearing he remembered one key thing. At least one kageli tree had to be growing in every village. They headed outside, the residents swarmed up, and the headman snapped, "We'll gladly handle your request." Then he added, "If you don't mind, we'll take you straight to Kaggle Grove." Rust scanned the villagers and realized the place felt tiny-like. There wasn't much to do, so he figured, yeah, a crowd would never really form here. And when he looked closer, there weren't even enough kids. They finally stepped into the Kaggle Grove, and Rust stared wide-eyed, saying it was a magnificent forest. He spun toward the crowd and asked, "Mind helping me?" Then he pointed out, "I need to gather the materials that the Kagels have dropped." The headman snapped at everyone, "Since you all showed up here, do your part, be useful. Gather the kajili branches and fruits, then bring everything back here." Everyone finished that receipt. In a flash, Rust practically exploded with gratitude, saying the help was more than enough, and the guy snatched up the Kagel fruit like it was all good because everything really did turn out fine. Rust quizzed everyone and asked what they think they know about the ingredients of magic stones, then hit them with the first rule. To make a processed magic stone, you've got to start with a monster. Magic stone, and he made it clear it doesn't end there. He spread out a stack of scrolls, then snapped his fingers and spoke the word of creation. The guy demanded, "What are you doing?" And the answer hit him. "It's a scroll." Then the alchemist's secrets of the craft got teased, and somebody yelled, "He's running 3 creation abilities at once." The whole thing was pure, jaw-dropping magic. Rust heard them talking, but stayed silent, thinking half these people didn't even understand alchemy. He wanted to show them how he creates. Yet right now, it was just a small, harmless step. The guys blurted out the word purification at the top of their lungs. Everything blazed and shimmered right in front of them. Russ grinned to himself, thinking, all right, maybe it's finally time to brag, because he's got a wild, special way to make things. He uses a monster to forge a chunk of stone out of magical particles floating in the air. He kept pushing his theory, insisting those monster stones don't just pop into existence. They crystallize inside monsters over ages, forged from the magical particles drifting through the air. Russ believed you could forge stones by scrubbing the air, yanking out those magical particles, and then crystallizing them. So if you build stones this way, you slash costs and hunt monsters without burning money. A black fog swirled into existence, and Rust instantly figured it was nothing more than dense magic particles. People burst into shouting fits, then went wide-eyed, and the crowd started whispering like they couldn't believe it. Rust figured they didn't fully grasp what was happening, but they sure recognized his cleansing scroll and his special technique. So yeah, only him and the whole universe can even make stones, so it's no shock they're clueless about what's going on. Rust then keeps digging, saying the way he's making the stone right now might not just matter. It's insanely important and worth a fortune. He hurled a kajeli fruit into the black fog, and right away, it started to twist into something new. Rust figured the kajeli fruit showed up in all kinds of recipes, and he knew that with the kajal, he could turn it into a perfect vessel to crystallize magical particles. He dropped to his knees, started polishing with purpose, and then whoosh, a fierce wind surged into the air. Someone blurted, "Whoa, look at that tiny wind funnel." And right away they told him it was called a tornado. Rust just grinned, praying the stone's creation wouldn't look brutally hard, because he definitely hadn't expected that reaction. Rust started hurling kageli fruits into the funnel, grinning as he said he was finally going to inject magic particles into each one, shaping them inside the fruit. Rust figured that to finish a truly top-tier stone, it wasn't enough to shape it, he had to cut it too. That polishing scroll doesn't just spin up a cute little tornado, it turns diamond dust into pure precision. Where the denser the swirl and the faster it whirls, the sharper the cut, carving the flesh down to the tiniest detail. Rust shot his hand out, like it was high time, and right then the diamond dust started piling up thicker and thicker, watching the tornado swell fast, growing huge and glittering like a living storm. The girl couldn't stop staring and said it was gorgeous. Then Rust glanced over and awkwardly wondered if every woman reacted to shiny things the same way. When people judge magic stones, they don't just guess. They measure them by 3 key things, and size plus raw power are the big deal. If those two don't click together, the stone won't work at all. And in the end, it all comes down to one thing: how cleanly that stone gets cut. Luckily, Rust still remembers the exact measurements of that old stone type, so he can't risk messing it up. He thinks fast and makes tiny fixes here and there to keep it from turning out too small. Rust slammed out the scroll again and roared for the formation to start. Sure, it was ready now. He'd lock in the final touches and seal the particles in the kagli fruit. Rust shot a grin at his own hand, and there it was, the magic stone blazing like it had chosen him. Rust gripped the thing in his hand and declared it was ready. And, man, he couldn't help but beam. Turns out it blew past his wildest expectations. People stared at him in pure shock, totally stunned that he'd actually forged a magic stone. Rust slid the weapon into the headman's hands and asked if you'd be so kind, could he give it a try at age 32? The headman swallowed hard, then finally nodded. Yes, of course. The old man snatched the weapon with fear in his gut while everyone stared him down, raking him with their eyes. Then he jammed a magic stone into the weapon, and the headman snapped his pistol up and fired into the air. A thunderous bang cracked the air, and the crowd erupted in happy cheers. It's working, because with that stone, you could finally live without fear. Rust grinned, soaking in the smiles, and knew in his bones that all his hard work hadn't been for nothing. He promised he'd do even more. Then he seized the scrolls, shouted for the creation to start, and roared to a simultaneous promotion, 3 whole sets at once, while everyone stared with their mouths hanging open. Baskets brimming with magic stones materialized in front of Rust, and the guy wiped his sweaty brow like he just won, grinning that it was more than enough, only for everyone to gape in shock. Mouths wide, words stuck in their throats. Rust shut his eyes and thought, even for me this takes almost an hour, because soon he's going to teach people how to make stones from scratch. Rust stared down at the magic stones and told everyone, they're yours now, because each one was packed to the brim with magical particles. He told the headman his stones were way bigger than the old ones he used to supply, twice as capacious. Twice the punch, and the headman snapped back in shock, demanding to know if they were really that much stronger. The old man strode right up to the stones and declared there were enough to fill 5 whole baskets, then warned that one village would never burn through all of it in a lifetime, so he'd have to go ask the Lord about it. Russ stared at him, stunned. The elder cleared his throat and told him that after all his years, nothing had ever shocked him like this. It was the first time, not even close, and the old man admitted he never once expected it to turn out this way. With worry quietly creeping in, he stared at Czar and declared that they'd haul the stones straight to the village. Czar would have everything ready. Then the man practically burst with excitement, sprinted up with a cart, and shouted that he was already getting things started. Rust leaned in, staring at the bags where those magic stones had just been dumped. There were tons of them, and the guy loved it because people were passing those cases around like wildfire, fast and furious. All right, time to shift to the next part of the plan, talking about what comes next. The headman promised he'd send people to help gather materials, even if they had nothing with them. But Russ just waved him off and said, "Don't worry, I've already started, and I'll finish it myself." Rust grabbed a scroll and immediately realized they'd even offered to help him with the materials. He couldn't thank them enough for stepping up. Then he barked for everyone to start polishing and get it released. The wind roared to life, yanking scraps together and stuffing them into a bag, and Rust grinned finally. They didn't need that diamond dust anymore. He insisted they drop it all the way to absolute zero, then kept shouting that he'd twisted every branch and fruit of K-jelly into a full-blown tornado. He slammed in the final finishing touch, tossed everything into the bags, and the man hollered, "That's so cool!" Then someone swore Rust wiped it all out in just 1 second. Turns out he really is a master. Rust grinned to himself, thinking the crowd was absolutely buzzing today. The headman stared at Rust's magic, stunned to the core, and the guy immediately asked if they could move somewhere else to talk, so the headman boomed, "Yes, of course." The old man promised they'd return, then stared straight at Czar and handed him the rest. After that, he shouted that he'd take care of everything himself. Rust let out a breath, stunned that the headman somehow got every word from the floor again. He can't believe how smoothly this village works. They read each other like it's nothing. No missteps, no confusion. With that kind of trust, they'll be fine. So they head back to the headman's house. Rust got his tea served again, and the guy chuckled like, "Man, this hits different after work," because that proud, finished feeling seeing how others genuinely enjoy what you did was way sharper than anything he expected. Rust blurted that he was ready to kick off the conversation, and the old man smiled like, "Talk, I'm all ears." Rust grinned and thought, "Man, I look terrifying, so why am I freaking out?" The headman, though, figured Rust was about to unleash something nasty, but Rust just told the old man, "Relax." Then he shut the worry down, because the next talk wasn't about the fear in his head at all. We're talking about those old stones once a village starts using the reserves, and even if only one village taps them, they'll likely stretch for years, and the old man gasped in shock, asking if they could really last that long. The headman joked that he was keeping it humble about his role, then pointed at the mountain of stones they had stored like, "Yeah, there's no reason to worry," because he was certain those supplies would last for decades. He's so stunned by that generosity he can't even find the words to thank him, and Rust snaps his hand up, motioning the headman to stop. He told him he believed it wasn't just their village that needed those stones. Right now, this brutal timing hits the border areas the hardest. The headman snapped back, "Yep, right on the money. Everyone out in these borderlands is hungry for the old kind of stones to come back." So Rust pressed him, "Then say it, what exactly?" And that right there is what their whole conversation is about. He said he wanted to hash out a deal for the old-style stones, then brand new spoils of the night current. The old man blurted, wide-eyed, that he'd heard of Karen Knight from their lord talked about like a real knight whose blade can smash 3 hulking infantrymen in a swing, a girl whose presence has flipped the recent wars into pure victory. That old man stared at her, those thin, feminine hands, and still swore she was so brutally strong it felt wrong to call her human, so he gave her a nickname. Then Rust shot up his hand and demanded the old man stop. He'd heard praise for her hands so many times that it barely registered anymore, until every sweet compliment turned sour, because people also called her a monster who could chop a dragon. Rust finally told the elder that Corinne was his girlfriend back when they were students, and now he's heading straight to her. The old man shook his head, then apologized, swallowing every rude word like it had burned him. Rust told him that's exactly why Rust wanted to talk to the local lord himself, because the guy was convinced Karen's brand new lands would chew up a pretty hefty fortune. Rust started plotting how to make money and told himself it'd be smooth sailing until it all hinged on one thing. Karen had to hand him the leadership of this job. Russ is convinced Karen and the local lords will strike a deal over that little job object because laying the groundwork for future ties is the real win here. He thought the village was already stocked with the magic stones they needed. His gift, and the headman was absolutely thrilled about it. The older man shook his head, then said he was truly thankful for the help. It ended up being a huge lifesaver for them. Russ said he wanted to send a letter, and the old man barked that Mr. Russ better grab paper and a pen. He's sure there's more to it, because this tooth is screaming for a root canal, and that letter is going to land on another one of his school friends, not Corinne. Rust kept insisting he had to join the army now then. The whole situation blew up because it smelled like a magical gem conflict of interest. Rust's mind snapped to Lee. House like someone might be tied to this, and he remembered the man's face clearly, then growled that he didn't care one bit, because all he could think about was the military. During the war, they rolled out a brand new kind of magic weapon, and he started ranting that, sure, military gear means massive profits for the army, then the real clock starts ticking. Once the old Rasta magic stone's flow dries up, they'll come hunting to crush every last one. Rust finished the letter, breathed out, and said it was perfect. Then the elder leaned in and demanded to know what Rust wanted him to send. Rust nodded and said he'd be grateful, and the elder frowned like he had to think it over. I'll malum. He shot up from his chair and announced it was time to leave, but the elder snapped, "Stop." Then he turned to Rust and asked if he could crash for the night. Rust only grinned and told him it was truly time to go. He stepped outside, and as soon as he did, people started firing questions like, "You're leaving already?" A woman rolled up to him with a stack of plates and told him, "I bet you can make these dishes shine." The man shot back, "No, my axe needs to be pure gold." Then another guy leaned in and asked if he could blast the weeds from his garden using a tiny tornado. Rust stared at them in shock, then immediately threw himself into it because it was time to go. He waved goodbye to everyone, slipped out of the city, called the behemoth, and together they tore into the road. They finally crashed into the border. Rust perched on that giant behemoth, scanned the place and went, "I didn't expect this." Turns out the rumors were off. Rust figured this was dead silence, no living plants or animals anywhere, just monsters. But this wasteland is packed with strange creatures and plants he's never even seen, so he's left wondering if they'll attack the moment he steps closer. Some nasty creature lunged at them, but the behemoth stomped down, squashing him beneath its crushing weight. Rust climbed down from him and gently stroked his head, then thanked him with all his heart like, "I don't know what I'd do without you." The other guy leaned in and warned that hippos can totally sense hostility. And just like that, everything made sense. Rust stared at the crushed creature, then snapped, stunned, "What is this?" and demanded they get it out of here fast while he hauled out his collection gloves and waterproof cloth bags. And the guy hurried to add that it could be useful to them. Rust snapped the strange creature's pack together, let out a tired breath, and muttered that this place was a wasteland, since the monsters had shoved every other creature out. Wasn't that the truth? He stared at the bag, grinned, and thought, what if this thing is packed with monsters I've never seen? Then he couldn't wait to dig in and study them. Rust spread out the map and said, "If we follow this, we'll hit a watering hole any moment. Right after we pass it, we'll be almost at Karina. We're meeting soon." Rust scrambled up behind the behemoth, and they tore off again straight to the reservoir. The man asked what this was all for, then patted the beast and said they'd stop and rest for a bit. Rust wandered up to the water, eyes bright, and asked if the pond was packed with monsters. The guy heard the sounds and snapped into guard mode. Then he stared at the water and saw black smoke curling up. Rust couldn't believe it, thinking it had to be magic element fluctuations. But why were they here? And right then, something burst out of the water. It lunged for Rust, but he twisted out of the way at the last second. Then the attacker stared at the ground, shocked to find a baby lizard. while the beast looked totally harmless. Rust crouched over the lizard, instantly realizing it was something rare. Then he caught strange noises and snapped his gaze to the water right as tentacles started erupting from it. They rushed at Rasta and he snapped into motion, dodging blow after blow while his mind raced. What the heck is happening? Then he whipped his head around and froze. Those tentacles weren't going for him at all. They were slamming the lizard. He stared, unsure, thinking, is it really trying to hit the lizard? The beast stared at the guy with a cold, pitying gaze, and somehow it started to bank on him for help. No matter how much he tried to blend in as a helpless little kid, he knew the truth. He was a monster underneath. And that cute look doesn't mean that poor cub is harmless for even a second. Russ just stared as the lizard got pummeled by those writhing tentacles, and the guy mulled over it. Maybe tricks like that are meant to throw enemies off for a second. But when it comes to monster fights, it's always the same brutal law of nature. The strong swallow the weak. The lizard stared into the guy's eyes again, and Russ fought it until he finally threw in the towel. He thought, fine, he just can't stop feeling bad for this beast. Rust bellowed for the behemoth to back him up, and the magical beast grumbled, then launched straight onto the tentacles. The lizard stared up at the behemoth, terrified because one stomp would have crushed her. Then the behemoth planted a foot right on those tentacles and ripped them apart. Some tentacles stayed writhing on the ground, while the rest slipped under the water. Rust shot him a grateful look, and the guy tore off his gloves and grabbed his bags again. He pressed his hand to the lizard, and it didn't move at all. Rust figured it wasn't responding, but the thing still didn't look truly dead. The rest of the tentacle lurched up, and he blurted that it was disgusting. The guy couldn't stop wondering if he should even use a piece of that tentacle as something you'd actually eat. The guy snapped a magic scroll into place, stretching it right over the lizard, and Rust barked to kick off the deployment, decoding the data and forcing it into the real world. Then the scroll siphoned the beast's information and fed it straight back to the guy. Rust stared at the scrolls and said the letters must be off because animals read the world differently than humans, so he just couldn't make sense of it. But the other guy shot back, no, that's not it, the view is blocked. Rust jabbed his finger at the scroll and grinned, saying he could already read it perfectly from right here, right, like everything clicked instantly, because the lizard is down to total, complete exhaustion. Mitochondria kicked into overdrive, hitting their peak activity. Though honestly, it's hard to even read how bad his condition really is. The hippo plunged into the water, and Rest snapped, warning him to be careful. Then the guy hurried back to the lizard, still knocked out cold. Rest just shook his head, thinking it was flat out impossible to brew a top-tier potion with this lizard in this condition. Right then, the behemoth started thrashing as it tore into the tentacles, while Rust stayed locked onto his research and didn't even notice. He figured he couldn't read her condition when she was normal, so he decided to stick to safe potions. The hippo burst out of the water and charged the plant, a chunk of tentacles dangling from his teeth, and Rust stared in shock, realizing it was that brand new monster. He snapped into action, brewed a potion, and flung it onto the lizard. He stared the beast down, waiting for it to move nothing. The guy blinked in confusion and said the lizard just wouldn't wake up. Russ stared at the scroll again, and his eyes lit up. Mitochondrial activity had surged, and it was right on the edge of the normal human level. The guy kept pushing the argument, insisting his true purpose is way bigger than anyone realizes, and honestly, the gap between them is massive. The behemoth barely tapped the lizard, and Russ's instincts screamed that this was wrong. A hippo so friendly with some kind of monster? That didn't match how he reacts when he smells hostility or malice. But isn't this lizard just like all the others? In the end, the guy figured he might as well leave everything the way it is, because he doesn't even think she has a real shot at salvation. He thought this oasis in the middle of the wasteland was safe, but monsters were already thick out there, and with that tentacled monster vanishing, more would come hunting fast. So if you dump her in there with no one watching, she's gonna get killed. Russ stared at the giant beast and blurted out, "So what are we dragging the soap for?" They took off. The guy snapped open the map and started plotting the next move. Then he said, "Let's follow the river that runs out of this watering hole." The behemoth slammed to a stop in front of that tiny step settlement, and Russ swore it looked like him. Then Corinne's camp, the place they'd been trudging toward for ages, came into view, and the monster froze, then began spitting out weird, chilling noises, and the guy demanded to know what the hell it was. He clambered down from the behemoth, yanked out a medallion, and blurted to the world that his name was Rust, an alchemist of master rank. then shouted that he'd come on Night Corinne's orders, begging to be accepted. The sand started to churn in out of it. Girls burst into view, their faces masked by cloth, gripping spears and ready to fight off the enemies smashing into their lands. Russ stared at them. Stunned, then one of the girls grinned and said they were happy to welcome him, because monsters are haunting the border that mimic people, and they're begging his forgiveness for the rough welcome. The guy stared at it and knew this was exactly what the hippo warned him about. If they'd inched any closer, they'd have crashed right into the attack zone and something horrible would have gone down. Rust grinned and reassured the girls, because they're experts at blending in. Those cloth bandages over their eyes aren't just fabric either. Magic helped craft them. They told him they didn't know how to move covertly, but even with all that talk about them, he clocked every single one of them in seconds. Now it's crystal clear why Mrs. Karen keeps singing his praises. Then the girl casually mentions that these bandages are nothing more than plain old cloth. Grant thought those blue and red patterns on their headbands were just decoration until the look screamed magic item, and now I can't stop wondering what they're planning to do with them. The girl spotted a lizard clinging to the hippo's back, and he erupted into a loud scream, swearing there was a monster riding on his mount. Her friend called her Roa and begged her to calm down. Then Ari shot back, "You're right, something's off," and asked what she was trying to say, warning that they couldn't let Master Rust into their place, because if they did, Ari might have to fight him. Room shot a hesitant, "It's good," and Ari stared at Rasta, then apologized for her sister. Guy said it was fine, and Rust's shoulders finally dropped because this didn't turn into a pointless brawl, and nobody wanted trouble the second day on a brand new job. Ryu stared at Ari and felt it. This girl had a weird kind of sight, like she could see more than others. Her little sister was probably watching them from a distance. He couldn't help thinking, can she actually read people's abilities? Rast couldn't forget that lizard, and one thing was clear. Whatever it was, this white one still screamed trouble. He slid the locket away and grinned like he owned the moment, then told the girls he understood them perfectly, because their worry was dead on. And as for that white lizard, he vowed he'd take charge along with the locket. The girl told him she'd thank him for those generous words, and then no backing out. He had to follow through. Before he could even blink, they escorted him straight to Mrs. Karen, who was waiting on him with bated breath. They finally hit the tent she waved him in, shouting for him to come inside, and Russ slipped in fast, apologizing for all the trouble right away. Inside the tent, everyone was busy with the latest developments, and the man was practically barking orders at his colleagues to send the papers ASAP. Then they snapped back, shouting that they'd finally gotten a reply from Point D, while another guy warned that Points A and G were staying silent, and this was attempt number 5. Rust swept his gaze over everything, and then it hit him. Communication gear sat right there in front of him, loud in its silence, and now it all made sense. This place was their centralized information HQ. A girl burst out laughing with pure joy and yelled that Rust had finally arrived. Then the guy grinned right back at her. They clasped hands and greeted him, and Corinne flashed a smile like, "We've been waiting for you." She shot her arms up and waved like crazy, laughing that it had been forever since they last saw each other. Then the girl grinned and teased that he looked like he'd aged in all that time. Rest heaved out a weary breath and snapped that it was pointless, so Ms. Karen should drop it. The girl snickered, saying the rust was still the exact same, and the guy shrugged, insisting that even with how far-flung this place was, getting here was weirdly simple. Corinne stared at Ari and Roa, then asked if they'd ever met him, smiling wide as she grilled the guy and told him he had no problems. He stared at the girls as they snapped their heads away, and the shock on his face said, "Wait, so they actually came out just to meet me?" Rust finally clocked what was happening, so he figured, if something's wrong between me and this camp, these two need to handle it. But then it hit. They'd already picked up the risk of more conflict on their own just to come and meet him. The guy scratched his head, convinced he didn't need to copy Karen's lead, at least, not until everything was sorted, and Russ reassured the girl, "No problems." The girl grinned and said, "That's what it means, right?" And then she added, "It's amazing." She marched up to the magic machine and snapped that empty talk was over. Rust had to come in here. Corinne spun to her people and bellowed for a quick break, and every one of them froze, staring in shock before they stopped their studies. The staff stormed out of the tent, and Corinne snapped that there wasn't a table so she'd build one herself. Then the girl popped the magic machines off the boxes they'd been stuck on, freed them in a blink, and Rust stared at her like, yeah, she hadn't changed a bit. Corinne beamed and said it was perfect to do just that. Then she practically screamed for Roa and Ari to bring tea, and after that, she slid into a seat opposite Rust. He fumbled through an awkward question. Why did you shepherd everyone out so carefully? Is something wrong? She only smiled like, yeah, that's exactly what I expected from you. Then the girl added with a teasing jab that he immediately got straight to business, no waiting, no messing around. Russ flashed a grin and smugly asked if she finally saw he was right. She wanted to get everyone out, and Russ laid it out. This whole point was meant to be the Discoverer's carefree life, a calm dimensional quiet where the sun sinks over a land with zero magic, and somehow that's exactly how it turned out. Corinne said that's exactly why they have to wipe out this magic, because if they don't, they'll never see the harvest sunrise again. But he couldn't believe she brushed him off with a simple task like that. The girl told him that Master Rust's first job was to cure the nasty disease tearing through this camp, and Corinne pushed him further, saying she needed him to hunt down what was causing the outbreak. We set up a tent just for him, and he could deal with it however he wanted. Rust nodded, saying he was good. Then he stepped outside and headed for the tent with a hippo trailing right behind, close as could be, so he wouldn't get swallowed by the unknown. He couldn't stop thinking about what Corinne meant by local disease. Like, did the symptoms really only start once they got to camp? And before he starts spinning wild theories, he has to figure out exactly how it all shows up. Suddenly, Rust felt the whole town's eyes drilling into him. He flashed a huge grin and greeted him, and the guy instantly felt his stomach tighten at how terrifying they looked. People didn't say a word. They just broke apart and scattered, and Rust felt the wariness hitting him like a wall. He had to wrestle with the disease and earn these people's trust. The girls dragged him straight into the tent, and Ari swore this was Master Rust's tent. The guy flashed a grin at them, and honestly meeting them first felt like destiny's own little gift. Roa refused to blink. Her eyes stayed locked on Master Rust. If he humiliates Mrs. Corinne, no forgiveness is coming. Ari snapped at her to stop, and Rust thought he was pulling it back. He petted the hippo and told it the one-person tent is the whole point. Then the hippo size absolutely blew past his expectations. Someone yelled that they'd landed a huge shot, and Russ instantly clocked it as the kind of quiet signal the whole camp would understand. Russ stumbled into the room and scanned it. There was nothing but bare ground, no furniture anywhere, and the guy basically confirmed it, while Corinne looked like she knew him inside and out. Before Ari and his sister could bring in the first patients, Russ hauled out a scroll and declared he had to get everything ready the right way. Let the cleansing begin. He figured if he scrubbed the carpet with cleaner and laid it down, everything would be fine, but the guy kept pushing his point. A properly prepped floor, sealed from dust and moisture, was the real protection. Rust gently placed the lizard on the blanket so it wouldn't get hurt while he rearranged the room, then told her she'd stay right there for now, even though he hadn't used it much at all these past few days. Before pulling out the magic materials and declaring, "Our time is here," Russ pressed his fingers to the scroll and shouted, unleashing the moment the rose would begin to bloom into the world. A stunning rose bloomed beside the sleeping lizard, an alchemical rose, straight out of legend. He dropped onto his knees and stared, thinking that even if she looked harmless, she was still just as useful as a hippopotamus. And Russ leaned in and told Rosa to start by properly reinforcing this cub's sleeping spot. The rose used its thorny stem to cinch itself around the bedsheet where the lizard was sleeping, and boom, turns out it wasn't just a flower. It was a cage, built with rose thorns to protect her. Rust blurted out that he was thanking her. Then, somehow, it all turned out perfectly, and now all that's left is to get everything set up, the way camp always goes. While no one even realizes it, he's already planting the camp setup in his own head, thinking it through as he goes. First, he built thermal insulation flooring with fresh airflow pumping underneath. Then, he hammered together a bed frame, a chair, a writing table, and even a proper experiment table. While Rust, back in his student days, carved out the rose, she jumped in to help with field research and everything else. So he brought her along on every expedition until all that turned into a sweet memory, because later, several guys led by Corinne showed up, stuck to him like family, and made themselves completely at home. Out of nowhere, a stranger he didn't recognize peered into the camp and announced they brought in a man already infected with that disease, so they could come in. Rust only nodded, thinking, so this is it, my new job finally starts now. Rust finally showed up to work. jumped straight into seeing patients, and listened to every complaint and symptom like he meant it. Then promised he'd brew the perfect potion, and I couldn't believe it took a whole day just to figure everything out and start treatment. First, we have to patch things up with temporary measures, but the real priority is healing, so we need to dig out the root cause and take our time investigating it, step by step. One patient rushed in, saying his right arm felt numb ever since yesterday. Russ stared, shocked, and said he got it, because that numbness could spiral into paralysis. There was real danger of losing everything for good. His hand ached as he realized this was worse than he ever imagined, and it looked like he was about to sprint into a speed fight with his own hand. After that patient, Aries snapped, demanding Roa escort the next one, and Roa barely had time to react, because the pace was so wild that before they knew it, the bright day melted into evening and then straight into night. Roa strode into the tent and announced, "This is the final patient of the day." She felt like Rust was studying them just as fast as he worked, and when he flashed that grin, he told her he truly appreciated what she'd done, and by the time the day wrapped up, he'd already handled the primary treatment for every single patient. Then the last patient finally called him over, said he was wiped out, with his arms and legs going partly numb so. Rust nodded, promised a potion to restore his body back to normal, and vowed to stick around and watch every change. Rast scans every patient's condition, clocks what's happened before, and brews a perfectly matched batch of standard auxiliary potions right now. That's all he's doing. And they call it symptomatic therapy. She had to find the real cause right away, because even one late dose could lock in irreversible damage. Rust shoved the potion into the patient's hands and ordered him to take it immediately, knock it out fast, or risk consequences that wouldn't be able to be undone. The patient gulped down the potion, then shouted that his hands were working again. "Thank you, doctor." Rust lit up and said it was awesome only. "There's one problem. He's not a doctor, and he can't wrap his head around how even a normal potion could spark that much joy. No way he could have survived something like this back in the association's ranks." Rust swung around to Roa and thanked him for everything that happened today, while Roa shrugged it off like, "I'm just doing my job." Rust smiled anyway. Then he shoved the potion into Roa's hands and told her it was a fatigue cure, so he and Ari could knock it back together. Roa asked how he pulled it off, and Rust grinned back that he'd snagged a couple free minutes. Roa blushed hard, mumbled thanks, and bolted out of the tent. Rust figured it's hard for her to open up to someone, so he decided to wait her out with patience then. Right as the moment hit, he got distracted and blurted, "I've got one more thing to do today." Russ grabbed the scroll and started scribbling an interim report for Corinne, jotting down every note from the moment the patients arrived, everything they'd been through during decryption and the exams. And the summary was packed with the latest guesses about the most likely root cause, too. Then he yanked on his jacket, bolted out of the tent, and made sure the treatment details were captured. Plus, the next time you talk about it, you've got to remember to bring up the magic stones. Rest snapped his gaze off the report and stared up at the sky. Horror hit him because it was already so dark. Then yelled their thanks for helping them. One of the men snapped that he never could have guessed Rust would whip everyone into action in just half a day, just like you'd expect from Miss Karen's old friend. When noon hit after Russ arrived, all he could do was stare at those stairs like a critic with a cold glare. Then he lifted his head and barked, "You're on your own. Take care of yourselves." He strode up to the tent and announced himself as an alchemist, then dropped that he brought a progress report on the fight against the disease. Rust snapped to the guard to get word to Miss Karen, and the guard just looked up, told him to stop waiting and come on in. Piran snapped toward the entrance and demanded to know what happened, like it was already too late. Rust told everyone he was finished with the first round of the cases, then slid over a quick report like it was nothing, only half a day. Corinne blinked in disbelief, and she couldn't help but admit it. Rust was, as always, absolutely incredible. The report, of course, sounds great until it turns out there's a real chance of irreversible injuries. Rust shoots back. Even so, Karen told Rust she'd never forget how he saved her people, and she was overflowing with gratitude. Corinne's few words still hit like pure gratitude. Rust snapped into a bow and said he was only doing his job, then promised that from here on out he'd work side by side with everyone. Perrin burst out laughing and claimed he'd nailed it. Then she cut the tension by saying she was grabbing a snack, so he better eat too. He didn't really need anything, sure, but Perrin still planned snacks for both of them. Russ thought for a second, then shrugged and said he just lived off what he carried on the road, plus whatever he snacked on between checking patients. Karen burst out laughing and asked, "So you're still on those grass bricks? Don't you eat better than that, Russ?" She choked off her laughter and admitted she hadn't felt like that in ages. Then Karen wiped a tear, jabbed her finger at the report, and demanded the details while they waited for their food. Rust nodded along and dove straight into it. Next morning, over breakfast, Rust glanced at the cage and checked still no sign of that white lizard waking up then. He shrugged into his jacket and stepped outside, only to find Ari and Roa already posted right outside his tent, and Rust was stunned. He snapped around and greeted them with a good morning, thanking them for the wait till night, then asking, "So how are you feeling?" Rawa grinned that things were good thanks to his hard work. Ari shot Rust a grateful thank you for the potion, and Rawa explained that he'd handed it to her. Not a shred of fatigue lingered, it's downright unreal, and he couldn't help wishing he could see their faces, because he just knew they had to be smiling. Ari and Roa told me that Mrs. Karen ordered them to take him out today, then pushed them to show Russ around the neighborhood, because he wanted to see it first, so he just sat there thinking. He said, "If there's a spot where all our food's stored, I want to start there." They nodded and let Rust trail after them. But first, he unleashed the manifestation of the hippopotamus, and boom, a massive hippo materialized right in front of them. Russ figured his guides were actually having fun with the hippo, then they marched straight into a food warehouse inside Karen's camp, where Ari and Roa swore their storeroom was right here. But for now, they sprint straight for the manager. Russ squinted at the storeroom and swore it was a dugout like some monster's lair got torn apart and turned into a supply stash. And honestly, it makes total sense if you think about how they reused the building materials. Russ dropped to one knee and begged the hippopotamus to tell him the second it sensed something. Then he cracked open the bag and pulled out the deployment scroll. He yanked the biolocation pendulum free, because now they had to measure how thick the magical energy really was. Russ believed that biolocation pendulum was a game-changing tool for tracking magical energy, because the wilder the swings, the denser the magic, and he figured the signals it picked up were blasting straight into the decryption scrolls. So start in the warehouse. Russ plopped down and started swinging that pendulum like he meant business. Rust swore this ground is soaked through with magic particles, so even tiny microorganisms can't survive here, meaning the whole place is basically sterile. He whipped his head around and saw Ari and Roa sniffing the ground like total hippos, and Rust's eyes went wide as he whispered, "They're really helping me this much." After a while, he trekked up to the mountain and pressed his hand against it. Rust sensed a pretty heavy swirl of magical particles everywhere, but nothing about it looked even remotely shady. When you pick where to stash food, it's not just cool and dark that matter. Those choices lock in the best results, and this setup is basically standard practice. He dreamed up a bunch of foods and pitched it fast since they've got tons of magical particles swirling around. Maybe this is the answer. Magic particles wipe out bacteria, so cooking suddenly becomes safe. He can barely wrap his head around it, how those tiny microorganisms from this place could sneak into people through their food unless something else is at play. And he insists there's still leftover of the monster this land once clung to as its lair. Russ leaned in and grilled Roa. Was this cave really crawling with some kind of monster? And if so, what monster was it? After the sniff test, Roa squinted and said, "That has bear lair written all over it." He pressed the stranger again, grilling him on what kind of bear it was and what special traits it had. Then the stranger greeted Rasta as Ari stepped up and announced she'd brought the person in charge of the food supplies. The person in charge lit up, saying he was thrilled to meet you and thanking you for helping his brother. Then he shook his head and admitted his limbs were numb and his mood had hit rock bottom. But he couldn't stop praising Dr. Rust for driving that problem away. What could Rust possibly do for him? He'd give it his all, no question. Rust stared, realizing the guy looked exactly like one of the people he'd received yesterday. Then he snapped his head toward the one running the place and said, "That would be insanely cool." He asked to inspect the vault from the inside, and the person in charge demanded what he was looking for. So they stepped in together. Rust swung the pendulum hard and hunted down every item he needed. He finally figured out that the meat they're storing isn't normal. It's meat from monster animals, and every fruit and plant-based resource they rip from monster-type plants gets processed with insane care. So Rust couldn't help but stare in shock at how perfectly preserved it all was. Then he checked everything and found no trace of poisoning, nothing left behind by the monster that had lived here before. Russ wheeled toward Ren, the one in charge, and thanked him, because now they could finally seal the vault. But Ren couldn't shake the feeling. Was that really all? Hippopo barked, demanding Rust, and when his friend suddenly shouted, He popped up, stunned, to ask what the hippopotamus had spotted here then. Once he heard the answer, he thanked him. That's all, I added. Turns out the disease outbreak has nothing to do with this place at all. Rust yanked back and admitted it was still too early to call with certainty, then fired off the next point. They had to sweep every nearby area in order, step by step. Roa blurted out where they'd go next, and Rust snapped the scroll upright, pointing into the far distance like, "We've got the next stop right in line." He meant a container that would filter and purify drinking water. The man insisted the water tank was built for drinking and cooking, and because every drop counts, the council sliced the supply into clear, equal shares and sent it to all the sites. Russ stared at the scroll, and it confirmed everything. This vessel didn't look like some dusty, outdated magic relic, and it handled the cleaning job the right way, with every part of the device working cleanly without a single red flag. So the numbness might have come from nasty toxins that slipped into his body through water or food, and that's why he went straight for the fruit supplies first, while Rust grimaced and muttered that, somehow, fixing this mess wouldn't be a walk in the park. Suddenly, Roa shouted over and offered Rust a quick lunch break, but she leaned in too close, so close it threw a jolt of fear straight through him. He panicked and admitted it sounded nice. Then Roa snapped back that once Rust gets lost in his own head, he won't hear a word anyone says. So, Rust just grimaced, knowing there was no point arguing. But still, lunch? Getting an invite from these two is wildly unusual. So he snapped out of his thoughts and told them he understood. He snapped that when Karen told them to stick with him, she'd also told them to watch that he actually ate, so Rust shot up his hand and told Ari and Roa not to worry, because he's taking care of himself just fine. Rust suddenly remembered those student days, because Corinne would shove food into his mouth while he was working on a project, right in the middle of it, and he swore he'd listen to their advice and go get lunch. They pushed ahead, and Roa jumped in with an offer to grab a snack right here at the camp canteen. Ari said they'd cook the food right in that tent, so she'd grab everyone's portions. Roa jumped in and swore she'd go too, and Russ just grinned, glad he could count on them. Russ twisted toward him and snapped that the hippo looked starving too. Then he yanked a potion from his pocket and watched it turn the smashed magic stones into a steaming plate. He signaled the hippo to start munching because these alchemy-built beasts could take a brutal hit if they burned too many magic particles, or if they didn't. The hippo snapped into action and started chowing down with a sharp jerk, and right then Ari and Roa popped back in with their food, yelling that they were back. Rest realized this menu was simple on the surface, but the chef's genius still shined through, and he could finally dig into a satisfying lunch. Rust leaned in and asked if everybody in the camp ate here, and Ari shot back that she didn't, because most people with families eat separately with their loved ones right where they live, and this place is mostly singles. He took a bite and instantly clocked it as the same university cafeteria slop from his past. Then, once he was done, Rust pulled out a scroll and dove straight into reading. Rest calmly kept reading, but Ari and Rua were locked onto him like they had something to say. Only their bandages hid their mouths. Yet he swore he could still feel their stare drilling through the cloth. Rest begs them to spot the patterns in these patients because they already know who caught it today. Ari told him to get some rest at least through lunch because they hadn't heard of any new cases of the disease today, and when she looked for similarities, she hadn't spotted a thing. Russ said, "Thanks for that too," and Ra was shot back that there are tons of singles in their midst. Ari swore it was true, sure. Not every single one of them is fully solo. But yeah, that hits the nail on the head. Roa said she only ever brought people over from the single tents, and Russ just shrugged and called them all loners. The guy asked Ari if most single people ate here, and the girl nodded, yeah, that's right, while Rust cracked open the scroll over the food, spoke the words so they'd be read, and then made the magic appear. Did something incredible just happen? So tell me, what did they do? Russ glanced at the scroll, grinned, because he'd finally found it, and then bellowed at the top of his lungs for the girls to stop stuffing food in their faces. Even if it's just a tiny bit, there's monster poison here, and the guy insists it wrecks the nervous system, which is why the symptoms line up perfectly. Are they trapping everyone just so you can't eat right now? Because that food might be poison. Russ grinned and said, yeah, I nailed it, like he just solved a mystery, because he was sure he'd seen that answer somewhere before. Rilla leaned in and demanded to know whether he'd finally uncovered something. Rust saw that most of the sick were trapped in single tents, and a bunch of them ate at the canteen too. Then he told everyone there's nothing wrong with the water purification tank, because he felt like he'd finally almost cracked the whole thing. Ari blurted in surprise that he already had it figured out, and Rella leaned in, dying to hear what he discovered. Then a girl swept up to them and claimed she ran the kitchen, only for her to gasp and ask, all fired up, what was wrong with the food they'd just made. Russ blurted out that he was sorry for barging into her in the kitchen, and the man snapped back that he was a rust alchemist, then explained he'd been sent to handle the worsening local disease on Corinne's orders from the night. They stepped into a room packed wall to wall with dishes, and Russ blurted, "This is my kitchen, everything's clear." Then he unrolled the scroll, convinced the readings were exactly what they expected. Rust fired a question at Roa, could she run a message to Mrs. Corinne? Then he whipped around to the head of the kitchen, demanding they tell her to act on it the moment possible. The girl said it was fine, and Rust grinned, telling the girls they'd meet at Mrs. Karen's tent in an hour, where he'd finally lay out exactly what really happened. An hour later, everyone packed outside Corinne's tent, and the kitchen boss and the single tent boss marched up to them. Then Corinne nodded and said, "Mr. Rust, go ahead." The girl pressed him, asking what he meant, how the disease problem was solved. Rust snapped back that, yeah, they should let him begin by breaking down the real cause from the very start. Then he leaned in and told Corinne there was a pond up ahead, upstream from the camp, and that a monster lived there, its venom wrecking the nervous system. Corinne listened like her life depended on it. She says, of course they use river water, but then hits you with the real problem. The storage tank's purifying ability is shaky at best. So yeah, they might not have the most advanced setup, but they still manage to neutralize a toxic substance. Ruff shot back that she was right, this tank's water was spotless, so that wasn't the real issue at all. Then Corinne leaned in, eager to know what the problem really was. He said it wasn't about purified drinking water at all. It was about the water meant for everyday household needs, and Corinne exploded, screaming, "That's the real deal." Rest shot back that yep, the dishwater in the laundry came straight from the river, and just before that, he'd already gone over the loner's tent. He then pointed out that the same toxic poison was lurking on the plates, and even in the washed clothes, like the culprit had left a trail everywhere. That's what explained the whole mess. Russ said the poison didn't strike all at once. It crept into the body little by little through skin and food, and Ari added that's why so many of the sick were shoved into their own lone tents and ate in the canteen. The head of the kitchen shrieked, begging everyone for forgiveness, and the guy in charge of the single tent promised he'd take the full blame. Then Karen shot her hand up and snapped at them to stop apologizing. The girl snapped that every drop in that tank was being cleaned and rationed with strict limits, and she was the one who made that call. Then she stared the people in charge down and told them they weren't to blame for it. Prince Shao shouted that they finally had a plan, then demanded they review every standard for every section, because they had to cut off the infection's root, the monster lurking in the pond upstream. Russ just wiped out a tentacled monster, then grinned and said he already handled it, and even the hippo pulled it off while he was out swimming in the pond. Everyone stared at him, stunned out of their minds. Russ blurted that they misunderstood and that it all happened purely by accident, and Karen gasped in horror, demanding how he could possibly predict the future. Russ shot back, "No way, I don't know how to do that," and jabbed at his scrolls filled with magical symbols, saying the poison's composition was the exact same. Karn went on to brag that he didn't just cure the sick in a single evening. He figured out what caused the disease the very next day, then wiped out the monster behind the infection. Russ said, "We only dealt with it yesterday, so he pushes the pause button, don't touch river water for a while, and he demands the people in charge dump and dispose of whatever water they've been using day to day." The girl swore the infection's source was already wiped out, and in just a few days they'd be able to use river water again. Then Roa leaned toward the hippo and demanded if those horrible pond monsters were gone for good. The guy beamed and told her, "Good news. I tracked down what caused the outbreak and got started treating everyone who caught it." Then Corinne smiled back. She whipped her hand up and shouted that Master Rust absolutely crushed the job. He blew past every single expectation by pulling off something she couldn't even dream of, and she gave him a heartfelt thanks. Rust grinned and said the poison wasn't a sudden strike, it crept in tiny doses, stacked up inside the body over time, and that's how the disease took hold, meaning it could flare up later in anyone who's been exposed. The guy warned her that if anything about her condition changed, he'd keep the treatment going, so she had to tell them, and Corinne promised she would pass the word along. Then Rest grinned, thinking this was the perfect opening to make their requests. He told him about the purification water tank, and the guy immediately pushed, "What expansion are you planning?" Rust, the main character, and the young man shot their index fingers up, grinned with fire in their eyes, and said, "If you hand over the money, we can make it happen." Heron said he needed the money, and she promised she'd hand it over without hesitation. Right there. Rust's first mission in the new role Karen had appointed him to finally wrapped up. Now you can finally breathe easy. Far from the city's nonstop chaos, but he's no sunshine and rainbows type because right now he has zero clue what's unfolding inside the Alchemical Association. I'll tell the story for Ari, so let her pop in and introduce herself again. She serves in the Admiralty under Mrs. Karen, and her name is Ari Saad. Roa, her sister, swept up beside her and stared at it, then said she couldn't stop thinking about Master Rasta, while Ari realized they were right then and there. In the alley everyone called Potter Street. The girl started piecing it together. This mission was all about buying bottles of water, and Master Rust's specs were insanely huge, so Ari warned Roa that he was a little unusual too. Ari realized the moment she first laid eyes on Master Rust's combat skills felt terrifyingly measurable, and even with her and Roa fighting alongside him, they still would have been wiped out. She figured it out fast. There was no way they could ever match his alchemical hippopotamus beast, and that truth hit them like a gut punch. He and Roa are riding high as Lord Karendra's top subordinates, the kind of best of the best everyone else can only dream of. And that's probably exactly why Rust has her feeling all tangled up. Roa boasted that his insane strength was the kind everyone envied, and Ari couldn't help thinking he was bursting with pride after all the brutal training they'd survived together. Still, the way he was so refined with alchemy and skills that didn't even match her power made him even more fascinating. Maybe, being the older sister, she should call her out for that attitude. But she can't, because deep down she feels the same things and keeps all that worry locked inside. Ari jabbed at the store and asked what they'd say about it. Then they stormed inside and ordered the bottles. Ari scribbled the address on a slip of paper and told them to bring it to her, and the seller just nodded, saying it was all good, then thanking you for the purchase. On the next street, the air feels 10 times heavier than Potter Street, so why are all these people walking around with such grim faces? Ari swore there's no harmful influence, but Roa just shrugged and said there is. The girl shrugged it off as just a feeling, and the others couldn't stop wondering why, especially with all those magic shops stacked everywhere, because they were still told they could be sent to the exact store they were given. The sisters stepped into the magic shop, and a girl greeted them with a bright smile, asking what she could do for them, and Ari immediately wondered if they'd heard about this place from Master Rust. Did you notice the saleswoman? She looked way too young for someone handling all this. Because real magic tools are everywhere, and if you stare closely, you'll see empty spots on the shelves. Ari told her they'd bring her an offer something she could buy, and the salesgirl jolted her eyes open, then instantly flashed a smile and asked who it came from. She stared straight into the saleswoman's eyes. Those shopgirl's pitch-black eyes locked onto the other girls, and Ari felt like she'd seen that cold, judging stare before. Sure, their outfits screamed, "Not alchemists," but the girl still yanked out a scroll and slapped it down on the table. She ripped open the message, slapped it on the table in the cellar, and when she scanned the paper, her face lit up. Because there it was, Mr. Rust's seal. They turned to the girls, eyes wide, and demanded to know if they were his messengers. Ari snapped back that it was true. Master Rust sent them straight here to peddle a potion flask. Ari then pressed the saleswoman, asking if she'd take their product or if it didn't fit. The woman bellowed, "Of course," and Ari's grin said it all high-quality potions like theirs were wildly rare in their world. And the potions Mr. Rust whipped up were always top tier. She said so. She told him she'd love to buy one, but then she got stuck on something that didn't make sense. Roa leaned in with both hands on the seller's desk and demanded to know what this was. Then the woman glanced at the scroll and said, "Right here it says the potion has a fixed price." And she started reading the excerpt about the sale at that exact cost. Ari shot back that those were the orders of the Rasta master, then demanded a new deal. She refused to accept the set price. The woman shot back, "No, right, the opposite." And then she leaned in. "Alchemical goods are climbing in price fast." She said the association's supply is mysteriously getting delayed, so those same potions are about to cost a fortune, many times more than before. Ari stared at how freely the store owner talked with the seller, and now it all made sense, because that's exactly why Master Rust vouched for him. Ari reassured her it was fine, and they nodded at the usual price. She grinned like she'd been waiting to hear that. then said she understood and hurried off to get the money ready to buy the potion. The girls stormed out of the store, and the salesgirl shoved a heavy bag of coins into their hands. Roa stared at all that money and gasped, "There's seriously so much." Ari shot back that it was, "And I can't believe they're calling this a set price. She told me it was exactly what you'd expect from Mr. Rust, because those were his potions." Then Roa chimed in that she'd been instructed to use the money for travel expenses. Ari stared at Roa, and the girl immediately asked what her sister had in mind, then insisted she didn't want to taste anything delicious at all, while Roa joyfully shook her head like it was the funniest thing in the world. They burst into a cafe, and Roa dug into her food right away. Then Ari stared at her, stunned that the whole chaos that led them to this assignment was just a single day ago, even though there was still another half day to play out. The girl kept insisting that before the Rasta Master of the Lord ever showed up, Corinne had begged in multiple healers to help them. But in the end, every single one of them quit, overwhelmed by the disease. The ones who couldn't stand the thought of catching it themselves just bolted in terror, and that rumor probably took off because the very first doctors helped it spread. But the Healers Guild kept slamming their requests away and even warned them of serious trouble. Then, out of nowhere, Master Rust showed up like a miracle and saved them. They followed Corinne's orders to the letter Roa, and she split up the sick camp people and hustled them to Master Rust for an exam because some of them couldn't move freely anymore. Their limbs just wouldn't cooperate. A fever dulled his thoughts, but as soon as they wheeled the next patient to Master Rust, the last one stormed out of his tent fresh as a daisy and grinning like nothing happened. In a blink, Rust didn't just treat the sick hay, tore open the mystery and nailed the disease's cause, then stepped in and wiped out the monster behind it all. Even among alchemists, Master Rust is something special. Ari told Roa, "We can ask Master Rust to help with your eyes." And the second she said it, Roa froze mid-bite. The girl kept insisting they could tell each other apart through the cloth, and when their silence turned into a shared nod, they finally grabbed onto hope because now they were ready to yank those masks off. Lahel Sum's story rolls on. He barges into the Alchemists Association's special equipment warehouse, and the moment he steps inside, he's met with a room completely smothered in slime. He blurted out in pure shock what it was. Then Lahelsum yanked out a special vacuum cleaner and started blasting everything clean. The man snapped, furious, asking why he should even bother when it was all so terrible. Lahelsum snapped that Rust was the one to blame for everything, especially for anyone who didn't respect the Alchemist Association, because lately the association was drowning in problems, and he believed that's why the masters had to quit their jobs. This fault wasn't just dangerous, it demanded kid gloves and serious focus, because some monster materials could ignite in a flash if you mishandled them even a little. Halson figured a proper specialist used to run this place. Then the budget got slashed, and they had to cut him loose. He can't quite recall who stepped in, and the one filling the gap was the Basic Research Department. The man snapped in rage that the Basic Research Department had been shut down. Dangerous materials weren't being watched anymore, and then chaos erupted. An explosion of thick scavenger slime liquid bursting out, problem after problem piling up. Lahelsum blasted out that the entry was shut down because first-class threat material was inside. Only a master-ranked hunter could handle it. And without that rule, he'd have sent his subordinates instead. Tor Take burst into the room, yelling that everything was going wrong, and Lee Hillison snapped at him with rage, demanding to know what happened, because this guy is a big deal. Tortik couldn't hide his excitement, insisting it was urgent, while the Armin Association's vice president roared at the top of his lungs, demanding Master Lahilsum be called immediately. The man erupted, yelling that he should have been told this immediately then. Lahail gawked at the mountains of slime and snapped that if any master rank ever came back, they better tell him to clean up everything here. Torte clapped a hand over his mouth when that brutal smell hit, and he stammered that he couldn't do this. Lahalsum shot him an irritated glare, ignored every word, and stormed off in a flash. Tortake stood there, completely stunned. Tortake snapped that a newbie like him had no business telling the masters how to clean up, calling it downright ridiculous, and then he sneered, "Who knows when dain't someone will vanish and we'll have to restore order again." He stormed out of the room and, with a weary sigh, told Tortake, "First things first, suit the door tight before any magic slips in." Tortake lunged for the door, and a glowing magic sigil snapped into existence. He snapped that the door was sealed tight, like it was never meant to open. Tortake caught on that without a master rank medallion, closing it was impossible, and helplessness hit him hard. Stunned and lost, he just stared at the door for ages, not knowing what to do, then let out a heavy sigh and walked away. Tortake swore he'd post himself at the entrance of the association and wait for whoever came back. Meanwhile, Lahelsam was already sprinting toward the vice president's office of the Armament Association, GAN. He roared at some guy, demanding to know how much longer he'd have to wait, because every deadline was already shattered. Then the guy fired back that he'd told him earlier. The supply of most of the key basic materials for the transformations was delayed. GAN snapped in anger that he'd already heard it. No matter, because the contract laid out the deadline down to the last second, and every piece of equipment and supply had to be delivered to the army so they'd be ready to strike the very next war. The vice president snapped. So how much longer are you going to drag this out? And if I'm just the end of the deal. He stared the guy down and blasted, ordering them to finally call Lee Halsam then, right on cue. A breathless man burst into the office, apologizing for the delay because Lee Halsam was here. GAN and the guy beside him caught the stink of the Halsam slime. The man started closing in, asking what he wanted. Then the vice president bellowed for him to freeze right there. GAN fumed, staring at what was happening right now. Was it normal for a master alchemist to crash a meeting with an influential business partner looking and acting this way? Then the man leaned in and told Lee how badly he stank. Lee Halsam held his jacket up, sniffing like it might tell him the truth, and he blamed the scavenger's stench. Though he'd sprinted here as fast as he could, it still gave him a little refresh. Like the warehouse stink was just something he'd gotten used to. Lahel blurted out an awkward apology, saying he'd go change his clothes, right now. But the vice president snapped back, yelling that he wouldn't stand for it any longer and demanded the promise be delivered. Lahalsam locked eyes with Sabas, the same guy who had just snapped at him earlier then, trying not to draw attention. Sabas mentally pushed the question over to him. How things were going and how much progress they'd made. Sabas clapped his hands over his nose and mouth and snapped his head away, and Lehigh couldn't stop wondering what that meant. Then the man finally told GAN, "Everything's fine, it'll all be ready by tomorrow." Sabasa barked at GAN, demanding he remember every word, and when he saw Lahil's psalm with his own eyes, shock hit Sabasa like a punch. He couldn't wrap his head around why GAN would say that to the vice president. Then Sabasa snapped, "By tomorrow, it's over. There's no way we're done by then." They barged into the weapons alchemy department, where chaos and clangs filled the air, and everyone was whispering that the lab room was already fully built by a master, so even the high elves him swung by and called people who should have been off on the weekend, because everyone was dying to know what he was cooking. Lausum cut straight to the point. He had to deliver the attribute-altering magic circuits to the Armament Association, no ifs, ands, or delays, and he was praying Savas would finish the job fast. Sabasa admitted it was true. Then they ordered magic circuits that could flip magic elements into pure fire, and surprise, the army was also buying firearms straight from the Armament Association. Lee Helthone demanded to know why the delivery was so damn late, even if they claim precise calculations are necessary. But he's pulled this exact stunt way too many times, hasn't he? Sabasa shot back that they didn't have enough distilled water and said that for most of it, they rely on top-grade distilled water to etch the circuits onto the boards. Lee Halsam demanded distilled water, the simplest ingredient of them all, so basic even alchemists learn to make it first. And yes, students can pull it off too. Whispers rippled through the crowd as Portate strode up to Lee Halsam, and the man demanded, "What is this?" Until the guy thrust over a magic circuit and even a device that could test whether the magic circuits were working. Tortake insisted the board was something they built from distilled water, and Lehigh yanked it in and shoved it into the device. Then he demanded, "So what's the problem?" The man grinned and swore this crystal had enough magic inside to blast flames. He just needed to wake it up. Lee Heisam did exactly that, and still, nothing happened. He told the staff it didn't have enough power to run right, and the magic output wasn't steady either. Tortake said it with regret. Then he said their last resort was using Master Rust's distilled water to whip up solutions, but it would be even better if they could use it to purify too. Lahale slammed his fist on the table and roared at them not to even dare whisper Master Rust's name out loud, because the staff could tell his envy had long since snapped past any limit. Lahalsam promised he'd whip up distilled water way better than his own, then snapped that they had to wrap up the magic schematics, because if they didn't, trouble would hit hard. A few hours later, Lahel Sam stormed into the department clutching a case of distilled water, and Sabasi met him with the paperwork, handing over the documents and saying, "The device's measurement readings are right here." Lei Heilson turned away and demanded to know if they could keep it above the norm. Sebast snapped back that the results only just clear it, and the safety limits won't hold. Cutting the product's quality would only raise the risk. He fired back that if anything went wrong, it would rattle the association's trust. So that's how they handle the curveballs. Staring at all those signs, he kept realizing more and more just how perfectly Master Russet's distilled water actually was. And yeah, Master La Husum needs ages to build it, but he can't utter a single word about it, not even in his head, because he refuses to picture what could explode if he ever lets anything slip. Sabasa said the indicators hit the mark, and Lee Hielson shot back that they should press on with the creation, while the employee, worn down like always, thought, "Here we go again." They say Tortek was wiped out, and the clock had already stolen the whole night. Something was gnawing at him like he'd forgotten a crucial thing. Then bam, the door ripped open, and the slime burst out. Tortek's stomach dropped when he realized the vault door was definitely left wide open. So did that slime gulp up the magic elements and start crawling into action. Because this is about to get really bad, really fast. People shrieked that the slime had melted the door. Was it really scavenger slime? Because once it bites, it doesn't just eat, it grows. Sabasa roared for everyone to smash in with whatever they could grab, and the guy snatched the magic circuits device, yelled fire, and suddenly it was slime versus slime in a full-on brawl. The Hailsome screamed that the wooden box was packed with magic circuits and that they had to be delivered, no delays. He kept yelling for them to stop, but they slipped, crashed into the slime, and started yanking him free, only to find that he was totally covered in slime, with pieces of his clothes torn off. The people keep scrubbing the department like it'll fix anything, then they swear they can finally finish here, even though they can barely move, and the room still reeks like a nightmare, with everything just completely ruined. Someone asked what happened to Lahalsum, and they told him Lahalsum had finally stumbled out covered in slime. Then a girl named Skeeny burst into the room, and Sabaz swore she'd come at last. He leaned in and told her it was life or death. "We've got to deliver the magic schematics to the Armin Association first thing tomorrow morning, and she'll use that transformed beast to haul them there." Skinny trudged up to the crates and asked if she just had to grab everything herself. Then she scanned the ward and sighed, telling them to stop stalling and get it over with. The tale rolls on for Corinna. Morning kicks off at dawn, and she realizes her hair is all tasseled from sleep, yet she shrugs and doesn't bother to fix it. She decided they'd settle down sooner or later. Then the moment she woke up, she dug into a killer breakfast, especially a perfectly toasted steak that she absolutely loved. Ugh, here, the food is painfully limited. She munches the exact same snacks as her subordinates. Then she stomps off to train alongside them, while he dashes to scrub off every last drop of sweat. Somehow, she powers through all that paperwork, and the second a fresh problem hits, she tackles it with a bright smile. Karin insists everything's going to be fine, so don't worry. Corinne slips into sleep, and boom, the dream hits hard. She's back in the war, gripping a wounded friend's hand, whispering, "Everything's going to be fine, don't worry." Then the enemy lies defeated, and at last he can finally rest. That's how Corinne's nights go. She jolts awake, freaked out because she swears she's had that same dream again. And on top of it all, she's always stuck owing somebody money, scrambling to handle everything that hits her. Corinne realized her subordinates were being threatened for something bigger than the battles, and when that hit, she felt utterly powerless. But Rust slammed into the fight and took her side. She's convinced it's the right move, because the lives of her younger ones slip away like water she should have been able to hold in her hands. That one decent guy, always chasing something new, like her bail from the association the moment he could finally reach out, and her boss? Absolute useless trash. Because he works for her, she loosened the reins, gave him real freedom, and pushed him forward with the kind of encouragement he'd always earned. Karin asked Russ if he'd really woken up today and was headed out somewhere. Then he froze, smirked, and told her he only ever heard her show up at dawn, while Karin admitted it was rare to catch him like that. Russ told Corinne he'd been bored for days, so he was heading out to gather materials, and Corinne said it was okay. Just don't get reckless. The girl said she was insanely grateful for his help with the disease. Then Corinne the Dominion's admiral promised she'd get him anything he wanted, and Rust couldn't stop himself from wondering what changed, since just moments ago she'd said nothing like this. Corinne told him, straight up, that he could lean on the people around him, because sure, Doing everything alone is his strength, but it's also the trap that keeps biting him. She said he probably thinks it's faster and easier to do everything alone, but she's scared that one day he'll push himself too hard because not everyone can handle carrying everything by themselves without paying the price. Karen told Russ to lean on his like-minded people, and she promised they wouldn't let him down. When Russ smiled, it hit him that Karen had truly stepped into real leadership. Russ shot Corinne a grin and said he got everything, then promised he'd let her dote on him. Corinne burst out laughing, saying she genuinely better hope so. And with that, they set off together. Corinne wakes up at dawn just to steal a little extra time back from those long nights. Then she grins at Russ and says, "Today's gonna be great," before telling him they've got to hit the grind hard. Rust and Behemoth burst through the forest on the run, and he swore he'd be back after those few days he vanished. With the hippopotamus, then Corinne handed him a budget and told him to fix the water storage problem. Karen shoved money into his hands and admitted she wasn't great with number crunching, while Russ nodded like, "We've already got the monster materials. So once we snag the jugs of water, we're going straight to work." With a grin, he bragged that he'd snared multiple monsters beyond the one he'd set his sights on in the first place, and that it all worked because he'd come ready with scrolls made for all kinds of foes. Russ believed that if he used the right scroll for the right kind of monster, he could trust the materials and unleash their full power. Russ spotted a settlement far off, and the guy told the hippo, "We're almost at the camp." He burst into the village, and the whole place lit up. People shouted that they were thrilled to see him back, then rushed to ask if anything had happened to him and how the hunt turned out. Rest waved around and groaned at how nonstop all the greetings were. Everyone was buzzing about the big news. Maybe they could boost their water reserves. Lint closed in on him. Yeah, he was the one who kept the food supply running. Then he shouted to Russ that he was finally back, and Russ shot back his thanks, because all he really wanted was to talk to him. The guy leaned in and told Lint, "I hunted monsters on the way here," then went, "Maybe that part isn't good for alchemy, but it's food," and hauled them along with him. Russ said they could boost the food stores, and Lint nearly choked on the surprise. "So it's really true?" he blurted. Rust grinned he'd be thrilled to pay for them. Rust then added that he'd already pulled the exact materials he needed from them, and after that, he barely even processed the stuff. The guy demanded where to put them, and Lint snapped, "Drop them where the monsters get butchered." Russ stormed into the tent, and the crowd closed in fast, desperate to see what he'd do next. That awkward guy couldn't stop thinking how insanely curious everyone looked. Lint snapped at Russ to ask where this monster hangout was, and with a grin, the guy promised, "I'll get you there in a minute." Rust magically wiped out monsters shaped like massive bulls, then grinned and asked what they thought. Turns out they were ready to buy it. People screamed that those were 4 male 2-line horns, and they're deadly as a swarm since they move in packs. Lint was stunned to realize they were still in perfect condition. He blared for 2 guys to come help him, and Rust grinned and said, "Nah, there are more." So he'd keep yanking them out while the other guy tore through wave after wave of monsters. Russ warns that rats 3 stars can be eaten only with caution because their meat tastes incredible despite the poison. The hell horse 4 stars with 3 heads can be eaten raw for a day after you kill it, and its skin becomes clothing. And the mole bear 6 stars gets used down to the last piece, with organs fueling medicine and its fur turning into jewelry. Lint gasped in shock. "This is too much." Rust watched the bald man stride up to the monsters, and he blurted that it wasn't just the 1,000 rats. There was a hell horse, a mole bear, and even some unknown species lurking in the mix. He told Russ he'd already wiped out a few mole bears and hell horses, those monsters everyone fears, then leaned in and said he's dying to face him in battle someday. Rust awkwardly muttered that he'd leave the rest to them, told you to let him know the moment the assessment was done, then the guy bolted for the exit. He didn't want to tangle with anyone. He stormed into his tent, locked eyes with Rose, and announced, "I'm back." Rust is buzzing with gratitude because she's been taking care of that lizard like a true lifesaver, and it turns out she's been feeding him the potion he left behind. Rust said his condition hasn't budged, so at least he hasn't gotten worse, but keeping him stable is a nightmare because he can't use the same magic element potions the others use for him. The guy believed even monsters can get killed by too much magic power. If the overflow doesn't finish them off, it just flips them into a blood-boiling frenzy. Rust snapped back that they've got to be handled over time. And with Rose being so meticulous, he knows he can 100% trust her when things get brutal. The guy barked at Rosa to keep pace, and then Rust burst from the tent, saying he couldn't stop. He had to keep working until the guy finally spotted the water jugs. He spotted Roa, and Rust hurried over, thanking her for the jugs. He honestly looked impressed by how good they were. Then Roa shrugged and told him it was no big deal. Rust slapped his hand on the jug and checked in no scuffs. Perfect. The guy then turned to Roa and asked if she was running into any trouble. They all believed they could shut down every problem by using the power in their eyes safely. Roa said the capital felt like a pressure cooker, everything was tense, and prices had already started climbing. Russ leaned in like, wait, this is getting good. Did something actually happen? Russ shot back. So what about Karina? And Rawa fired back. Relax, we told Mrs. Karina all about it. And then the guy figured, since Karina already knew, everything was settled. Russ said, all right, everything's ready. Then he grabbed the brakes. They had to step back a couple times while he installed a purification system. Don't worry, he smirked. It's just a conversion. A tiny tornado whipped into existence. Rust grinned and swore it'd be effortless with the diamond dust cranked to max, then you'd pour in crystal clear water. By keeping the water perfectly pure, it bursts out magical energy, and crystal clear water suddenly starts playing by the rules of physics again, while he ramps up his entropy, which he'd forced all the way down to 0. Roa crumbled the nearest particles into dust, pulled a powder from a magic stone, and straight away Rust snatched the bottle and blurted that the ink for writing magic diagrams was finally ready, saying it was still unbelievable. Rust stared at the girl like she was into him. Then the guy laid it out. He wasn't just chasing freedom from gravity. He was hunting the magic scheme he swore he'd crack. He pressed his fingers to the book and demanded it hunt down a water purification scheme. Then the pages started flipping at insane speed. Rust shoved me forward and told me to begin deciphering the whole plan. Rust thought he'd just use this magic solution to slot the diagram into the vase, and then he blurted out, loud and proud, how awesome it was. Now he slams in a magic crystal to power up, and that's the whole move. The guy grinned and promised he'd do it with another vase next, because this one had already rusted the same way as all the rest. Roa lit up and said they can drink the water as much as they want. Rest cut in with a sharp grin. No. This is only the start. Roa blinked in shock and demanded what he meant. Then the guy said, for now, it's just a water vessel, because he's cooking up another magic item, and they won't even have to bring water along. Roa practically burst with excitement, asking if he could really do it, and Rust couldn't help thinking she might be spooking him a bit then. He shot back. Of course, and Roa beamed like she couldn't wait to see it. Rust snapped that it was time to head out, and he figured it was just another day nothing looked dangerous. The guy and Roa marched straight to the pond where that monster used to live. Restrove the beast and tell it to double-check just in case. That hippo came charging into the water like it owned the place then. The guy grinned and promised he'd craft a magic item to scoop pond water. And once he set the device up, he swore it was built from durable, waterproof, camp-grade material. It's coated in a nasty compound that reeks like catfish tentacles, blasting other monsters away, and it even hides a magic stone stolen from some bizarre creature. The behemoth burst out of the water, crushing a monster fish in its jaws, and Rust grinned as he stroked the hippo, then he thanked him with all his heart, only to find out the pond is packed with little monsters like that. Rust stared like, so this is how I finally get overrun after that catfish monster vanished. And when he tweaked the device, the guy grinned and said everything was right now. Roa cut in, asking what it was, and he revealed he was using the stone from an unusual monster. Russ snapped back that, yeah, he did so. He had no choice but to hunt down that monster, and I had to head straight for the volcano. Roa leaned in and demanded what monster this was, and Rust snapped back that it was a paralyzing cloud. And when the girl realized he had a special danger rank, she gasped, because no physical attack can ever take him down. Russ nodded hard and said, yeah, exactly. They'll make sure someone gets the heads up if that pond dries up, and they'll lock in the setup so the task gets the signal to switch. He grinned and said everything was finally set now. All that's left is to turn it on, and the moment he did, a weird, magical object materialized right out of thin air. Roa leaned in and asked what kind of magic item it was, and Rest grinned and said he'd built it himself. Still no official name yet, so he'd call it a cloud water dispenser. Rust dropped the object into the water, and clouds erupted from it. Like magic, Roa gasped, shocked. You turn water into clouds? Then the girl blurted, wait, are you heating it up? Rust shot back, no way, that cost a fortune. and said they already had a paralyzing cloud stone for the job. Roa stared at him like, "What is it?" He said that the paralyzing cloud isn't just weather. It's a cloud monster with a body and a magic crystal that scrambles the laws of physics around it, letting it use magic to turn water into clouds and then hold them in place so they never break apart. He looks like a plain old monster, but the truth is wild. His body is made of magic crystal. And then he told everyone the clouds were rolling in, drifting straight toward the pictures in the camp. He scrawled a fresh magic circle across the jars, sealing them as the route to their destination. Because the moment the clouds touched down, the physics-bending magic got ripped away, and they turned back into water. Rust said actions hit harder than 1,000 speeches, so he told Roa to blast those clouds away, and when the girl just shrugged and said, "It's fine," she grabbed the spear and started swinging to clear the sky. He said, immunity to attacks is a huge advantage around here. Monsters can smash the pipes, and without that strength, they never would have driven those monsters back all the way through the entire pipe. The girl stared up at the clouds, and Russ swore she was too captivated for her own good. He strode up to the hippopo and told her they had to get back to camp right now. In alchemy, there are 3 techniques, and the first one lets you twist life itself, reaching its ultimate peak when beasts get transmuted. Next comes mastering the magic element's control, and once you do, you unlock the power to craft potions. The third part is how the elements reshape life, and then it all hits its peak with magical items. Alchemists, who can bend any law of nature, are carving their way straight toward enlightenment. Rust and Roa sprinted into the camp, then headed straight for the vases only to find them packed to the brim. The guy grinned and said it was great news. Their vases were already full, and this assignment was officially finished. Ari swept up to them and shouted, "Rasta!" The guy blinked and asked what she wanted. Ari grinned and said, Lady Karen was calling him, and she was just happy he showed up. Rasta let out a quick breath. "Good, I'll be right there." Rust stormed into Kryn's tent, and the girl shoved the scrolls at him, apologizing like crazy and insisting he had to check them, so he grabbed the messages and dove right in. He swore there were 2 messages waiting, one already open, one still sealed tight. Then Corinne grinned and told him, just like always, he'd caught on fast. She said a normal alchemist would waste a couple days messing with vases and scrubbing old water, but Rust snapped that he'd need real time to sketch the magic diagrams, while the rest could go ahead and post the poem, the verification. He figured the one that was left open was meant for Corinne. And yeah, normally he'd ask first, but she basically handed him the okay herself. So what's the harm? He wasn't worried because he'd already talked to the feudal lord about selling the crystals. Corinne shot back that he'd warned her, but she was still shocked, and the guy insisted everything looked great. Then Corinne doubled down and said, "Honestly, they're incredible." She yanked his collar and hauled him right up to her. Then Corinne snapped, "So what trick are you running?" Russ blinked in shock, thinking she actually believed he was pulling something. The guy warned the girl that she'd shred his clothes. Then Karen snapped her grip off his collar and blurted, "I'm sorry." Rust smoothed his outfit and, thinking about her insane strength, realized that if she'd pulled just a little harder, she might have ripped his head clean off. Corinne said it with a calm confidence almost nothing had to be paid, and she even wondered if they somehow messed up the whole situation. Rust warned her she'd get a business offer for magic crystals from a nearby feudal lord, but not just by chance, because that lord would come knocking himself. Rust leaned in and told Karen, "No tricks? Sure, the offer never named the exact crystal type, but it's pointing to the old magic crystals." The girl gasped, wide-eyed, and demanded to know what he meant by H32. Rust grinned and said, "That's exactly what I'm talking about. You can do this for real." Corinne clutched her head and shot back. "Yeah, of course. You can." She blurted out that she'd looked everywhere, and there was nobody like them at all. Russ snapped, asking if she meant the H32 or the magic weapon. The girl shook her head hard and said no. Most of the military were her people. They handled their jobs, simple as that. Russ said it was exactly what anyone would expect. Corinne cut him off, saying it didn't matter at all, because she knew this would clash hard with the capital's interests and turn into a straight-up, no-holds-barred conflict. The guy smirked and basically said, "Yeah, more or less," and Corinne insisted she wasn't even worried. Then she realized she'd said all that out loud, and Russ just burst into a chuckle. Corinne fixed her hair and awkwardly demanded what he was trying to tell her, like, did he want her to do something about it? Russ told me he'd already grilled Harold about it and said the answer is right in this scroll. Then he tossed it straight to Corinne, and she snatched it without even breaking a sweat. Rust even figured Harold was one of our mutual friends, since we all studied at the academy together. Karen leaned in and asked what Harold had sent. He works at the treasury. And suddenly everything clicked. She reread Harold's message like it was a code she couldn't afford to miss. Corinne warned that trouble is bubbling in the capital, and Ari and Roa backed her up, but she still couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't that serious. With a bright, happy smile, she told him this was the perfect chance. Rust shot back that he had to move fast. She just had to say the word, and he was ready to go. She slid the scroll across the table, told him it was fine now, and said they'd wait, then flashed a grin and promised she'd hand him more than he could ever carry. Rust shot back a smile like, got it, and the girl grinned right back, pure joy spilling off her face. Rust couldn't help it. Those conversations instantly threw him back to their school days. A fresh day dawned in the camp. Rust sprawled on the behemoth's back in the open air, and he swore the breeze felt downright perfect. Rust swore today was the day their crystal trade finally kicked off with the neighboring Dominion, so he's posted at the camp entrance, staring down the road, waiting for Ari and Roa. He kept insisting the sun felt amazing here, then argued that waiting right where he stood wasn't scary at all. Roa suddenly blared, "We're already here," and pushed him to their feet. Rust leapt off the towering behemoth and craned his eyes, but the guy figured Roa was just staring into the distance. Nothing was coming into view. "I guess we won't see a thing," he muttered, "but they'll be here any second." The girl leaned in and told Rust, "I saw every single one of them. One of those guys is unbelievably strong." The guy leaned in to test their theory, but Rust froze. He'd handed every negotiation over to Corinne, and he had zero clue how the details actually worked. He flashed a grin and swore he could see. Corinne had warned them before they even left that those negotiations were painfully dull, especially with trump cards like that, while Rust believed he'd already spotted the contract. But the real nightmare was getting betrayed by the employee lurking on the side. He figured out that by turning Kagero fruits into crystals, he could stack a fortune with zero limits. Then he got hit with one request: just keep an eye on any shifts in production volume, and honestly, that whole setup still felt weirdly profitable to him. The leaders herded their mules right up to them, and Russ finally understood. There's zero infrastructure out here. Wheels would just get wrecked. So yeah, mules are the smart move. He pushed the argument that if they actually face the future, their top priority has to be roads, and that building a remote region with almost no resources forces a tough call, politically and economically, on what matters most. Russ straight up told everyone that his boss, Corinne, is the one pulling all the strings behind this. He stared at the guests, shocked, and blurted, "What happened?" Because some were busted up, and Roa just shot back, "It looks like this. Somebody attacked them." Russ said he didn't spot much damage. Guess they fought back hard. Then one of the travelers yanked off his hood, and it was Czar, the very guy Rust met in the village while he was heading over to Karen. The guy leaned in and greeted him with a bright, ready-for-anything smile. Zod darted forward with pure joy and shouted that it was Master Rust. He couldn't believe it, and he was thrilled to take part in this deal. Rust grinned and waved off his worries. "Relax, we'll talk just like we always did." Zahar blurted out an apology, saying he wasn't used to all this, and Rust lit up with relief, glad they were holding. They've pointed out that some of them were hurt. He can cure them if they want to, and when Zara blurted out in shock that he was just unbelievably amazing, the whole moment felt unreal. Rust poured his potion and cured everyone in an instant, swearing this brand new universal elixir would work wonders. Rust reckoned nobody looked badly hurt. The potion wouldn't be amazing, but it should still do something sure. People were injured, just not like they'd been turned into mules, so they'd probably have to bail on a few anyway. Roa told him Master Rust kept staring forward, and the moment he turned, he spotted the holy knight Tala. The girl flashed a huge grin and greeted him like she'd been waiting all day. Rust said he never expected to run into her. Here he had zero clue she'd be tagging along with that delegation. She said she'd shown up just to talk to him. Then I ran into Tama and heard they were headed here, so I begged to tag along with the convoy, and Czar finally blurted that she'd pulled them out of tons of messes. Rust smirked and said he got it, and the guy swore he'd just run into two old friends. Zara marched up to the hippo and blurted out in shock, "What?" Rust leaned toward Tala and said he was welcome in the borderlands, and right then it felt like the start of a brand new story. Rust leaned in and asked Tala how she was feeling, and she practically beamed, saying she was doing great because of him. She even wanted to thank him again for saving her in the forest, but he shot back that, no, the thanks belonged to her for guarding them all the way. Rust looked at the girl and swore she must be exhausted. Then he asked, "How about we swap arrests for a little break so you can relax later with a warm cup of tea?" He noticed she looked like she had something to say, but she was trying to keep it from everyone else, so he turned to Hala and asked why she wouldn't go into her tent. Hala thanked him with real gratitude, saying she'd gladly accept his invitation and come with him. Rout called Roa over. "What happened?" Roa demanded, and Rust insisted she be able to take the Garrett fruits to the square inside the camp. Roa nodded and swore she'd carry out his order. Tala slipped into Rasta's tent and blurted out in shock that it was unreal, so the girl leaned in, thrilled, asking if all that furniture was woven from vines. Rasta just laughed and said they had no thorns at all, so Tala had nothing to fear. Then she could finally sit down. Rust slammed 2 cups of tea onto the table, then turned like he'd been waiting to finally ask Miss Tala. The girl cut him off and claimed she didn't need to rush after all. He'd just saved her life, and Tala swore that her sword now belonged to him. With only the god she serves to answer to, she said there was no point in acting formal when they finally talked. He said, "If you want, just call me Rust." And now Tala has to gulp her tea while it's still scalding hot. The girl grinned and told him she was truly grateful. Tala leaned in, sniffed the tea, and declared it was packed with a deep, rich aroma. Russ figured that sharing Rose Tea's sweet aroma and just being together might finally thaw the ice between them. The girl leaned in and told Russ she had to talk to him about the shaman. Russ leaned in and demanded if the shaman was the one who had sent that familiar after her, and the girl snapped back, "Yes." Talus told her that once he vanished, his footprints guided the trail straight to the capital. Then he admitted the shaman was the one who wrecked her church, and because she'd been cursed by him, he always knew exactly where she was. She went on, saying that once he lifted the curse, she could finally feel it, then hunt him down and uncover his secret lair. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she choked out, "I'm heartbroken." But he somehow managed to escape. Tala shoved a magic diagram into his hands, saying she'd found it there, and it was packed with tons of it. Rest asked what he could examine, and the guy snapped on gloves that immediately purified curses. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was cursed. Rust stared hard at the thing the girl had handed him. Then the guy grilled Tala about where she'd gotten it and who she'd shown it to. The Metropolitan Alchemical Association. She shot back that she didn't. She really wanted to. But the moment she arrived, the whole place was a total wreck. The walls were riddled with holes of all sizes, like someone stabbed them in a panic, and Tala swore the air reeked so badly it hit your lungs while the workers staggered around, looking like they'd already risen from the grave. Rust couldn't shake the feeling that something out there was throwing a slime-level tantrum, and he's sure they didn't just leave him alone. The girl warned me this could spark even bigger trouble, especially with where it came from, so I dropped the rest on my trusted friends. Tala then told me she'd chosen to hand it to someone who actually knows the deal and who she can rely on. That's how she ended up right here. Rust swore it was the smartest move he could have made. The girl blurted out loud and eager, "Is it really true?" Rust shot back with a confident grin. "Yeah, this is a magic scheme that turns magical elements into blazing flames." Then he added, straight up, that it's built for military use. He then straight up said he had zero doubt this had to be the Alchemical Association, because transmutations are basically their calling card, and Tala added that the stash was loaded with magical weapons too. The girl claimed that, yeah, the odds of a link between the Alchemical Association and the shamans are huge then. Rust shot back with a confident grin. "All right, that's exactly why this all reeks of something suspicious." He figured a gun that blasts magical elements would wreck non-human monsters hit them with enough magic, and they flat out drop. He then reassured everyone that it'd all be fine even if you accidentally pulled the trigger and shot someone. That's why magic cannons get labeled simple weapons for folks who haven't learned the battlefield. Ropes even leaned in and told her that turning elements into something else comes with something called conversion loss. You've got to use it on monsters. He said if anyone wanted to turn magical power into flames with this exact scheme. Tola cut him off and said, "So you figured it out?" "Huh, they wanted to use you to hurt people?" Rest agreed it was true, then paused. "Yeah, but here's the catch." And the girl leaned in, asking, "So what's the problem?" He told him it was totally possible if they used it, it could explode. By ripping into everything near him, he said, "It looks like it wasn't meant to work like that, more like a nasty defect." Tola snapped, "That's terrible," and he just answered, "Yeah, it is." Rust stared at the battered circuit and knew something slime had chewed it up. and the whole mess screamed sloppy management. The same kind that used to drive him crazy when he worked there. She told her that coming here was the right move, and gratitude lit her up as she thanked everyone for the help then. Resht shook his head and said, "No. You're the one who brought me super useful information." The girl told Russ she had to meet his boss, Lady Corinne, and asked him to take her there. Then Russ snapped that he already could, and even offered to introduce her to Corinne himself. Tulis beamed and said the tea tasted amazing. Then she thanked him for his stunning transmuted beast, and the girl slipped away from the Ross to tend to handle her business. Rust stood before a pile of fruit bags, grinning as he said, "All right, time to get back to work. Za and the others are heading out tomorrow, so right now you've got to turn Kawero fruits into magic crystals." He said he'd have to bail on the welcome party for their guests, but he can't ignore this. He sees a golden business opening, and he thinks it's best to handle everything ASAP. Rust plucked a berry and felt like he couldn't blow this chance, then declared it was time to begin, and that this guy would go all out to make sure it happened. The tale keeps rolling on for Tala, and there she sits, right in front of a mountain of food that looks absolutely irresistible. She swore she was just at a fancy dinner party. Then she looked up and saw the lord of the local lands, Lady Corinne, sitting right across from her. On her right and left stood the few people she trusted most, as close help. Then she stared at that delicious food on the table like it was calling her. Corinne snapped and called Tala, trying to pull her attention back. Corinne flashed a smile and said, "Welcome to the Dominion, Admiral. Like the world is just too small, and every good deed somehow comes back. And honestly, the idea that a Rasta acquaintance would stand watch over their work, that had to be anything but easy." Corinne told her they'd cooked a meal just for her, and Tala shut her eyes, swallowing hard with pure gratitude. Then she tore off a tiny piece of meat and took a bite. Tala swore the cow monster meat was the real deal. Once it hit her mouth, it practically vanished, and the herbs in the sauce surged in after it, flooding her head with their wild, unforgettable fragrance. She kept going, saying their food was racing through her entire body, seasonings and herbs perfectly tangled with that rich meat juice. The monster meat is loaded with magic so pure and powerful, it screams one thing. That was a top-tier, high-ranked beast. Talit leaned in and told Karen this meat was packed with top-tier magical power. Then Karen pointed at the two-horned thing and asked what it was, only for the girl to grin and say it was a gourmet. Corinne nodded. "Yep, 2 horns." And the girl's eyes widened when she realized the steak came from a grown adult female. Tala couldn't believe it when she heard that females supposedly carry the biggest stash of magical elements, even with just 2 horns, and suddenly everything clicked. Like that's exactly why magic was pouring through her entire body. Ari said this one got nabbed by Mr. Rust himself, and Tala swore she remembered no, it was Miss Ari. The girl then hit her with the truth. You could see his hunter instincts line up perfectly with his alchemy skills. Ari shot back that she had, and Tala froze. Then the air around them shifted like something was about to blow up. The waitress slid a drink onto the table and leaned in, saying she was thankful they'd waited. Tala grabbed a gigantic mug, swore it was cold ale, and took a daring sip. That bitter hop kick in rich, cool flavor sliced right through the thick meat taste of the two-horned beast. She slammed the empty mug on the table and grinned, saying that this ale was downright delicious. She couldn't believe she'd ever find something this good and cold out in the lands of Ramast. He warms her inside. She should have seen this coming from the lands she rules. Tala even said it looks like they've got upgraded cooling gear now. Corinne shot back that, most of the time, Mr. Rust made them. When he finally gets time, he whips up all kinds of wild inventions and hands them over to level up the camp. Karina stared straight into Tala's eyes and swore it was all for them only. Tala misunderstood and believed Karina was trying to save herself, but she didn't even resent her for it. Karine leaned in and demanded to know what Tola was up to inside Rostas's tent. The girl felt everything finally click into place, so she stepped up and started taking care of her friend, even though caring for her comrades was something she'd lost after the attack. Tala went on, and for someone who'd lost every single comrade too, she looked shockingly radiant. Then the girl leaned in and told Karen she was hunting the shaman, burning with one goal: avenge the friends she'd just lost. Tala blurted that she'd stumbled onto an alchemy clue, so she came to him, and Karen nodded, saying, "That's why you reached the borderlands, but the capital is packed with alchemists just as talented. Tell her that nobody outshines Rusty's gifted beyond anyone she's ever seen, then explain that he's the one directing her this time too, And when she hears what the capital alchemists are saying, she can't shake the fear that they're tied to the shaman. Corinne grinned and praised Rust's insane talent, and Tala couldn't stop staring. She looked so happy it felt like they were talking about her, like she was glowing from the inside out. Tala dropped her gaze and admitted she was jealous of Corinne because she used to have friends, too. So, when Corinne asked what the shaman had done, Tala swallowed hard and said it was him. She wondered if it was the alcohol. Then Talia pointed out how the moon was blazing so bright that night. Before it even clicked, she blurted out details about her comrades, the ones the shaman murdered. A couple of gunshots back, the churches of Arila Parish and Turnagil went quiet. Then Tala heard a rumor about someone calling her. A little girl named Chia snuck up and wrapped her arms around the girl from behind in a tight, sudden hug. She shoved the doll into Tala's hands, and the girl brightened, saying it was meant for her. Tala shot back, asking what she'd done to earn it, and Shada just grinned, insisting she had. Then the girl gushed that the doll was beautifully made, and Tala teased her, wondering if she wasn't secretly amazing at sewing. She had to say, "Of course it hurts, just prick your finger." Then she explained it wasn't for nothing. She'd given that doll to her, and she wanted to sew her a dress. The girl nodded like she fully got. "It's so sweet, so kind." The doll beamed right along. Then Cheetah leaned in and asked if they were headed for the city, and Tala snapped back that yes, they had to grab the usual things. The girl said she wanted a cute bow for her doll next, and Tala dropped to one knee, gently stroking Cheetah's head as she assured her, "It's okay." A girl clung to the tall guy from behind, wrapping her arms around him tight. She snapped her head around and caught sight of Fort, then asked Tala if she could go shopping right then and there, begging her to pick up some Mulberry cookies. Forte told her that she and Elle would be waiting, and Tala flashed a sign that meant all good. Tala also figured the church was out in the woods beyond the city, so every time they needed to buy something, they had to trek on for ages. It was her turn that day, and with a mountain of things to buy, she sprinted to leave early. Then, out of nowhere, Lady Sala, Abbas Sala Manning, shouted her name. Tala told Sala she was heading to go shopping, but he wouldn't let her. He insisted she hit the city first, then trek to the forest like always. The girl said, "Yeah, we need medicinal herbs, and heading to the city is the perfect chance to grab them." Sailor shot back, "What is this really about? Just medical expenses? She's got to train smart, or one wrong move could leave her injured, and that's a disaster she can't handle alone." Tala believed Lady Sala felt like a real mother to her. She always had her back, showed up with compassion, and everyone adored her. Scylla leaned in and told the goddess Arela to keep a sharp watch on her. Tala leaned in and asked Karen if she really knew Erasla's three faces. Karen grinned and said, "Yeah, love." Tala cut in and snapped that wisdom and revenge weren't the only answers. Because the girl insisted she had power, she was special enough to learn both at once, love and revenge. That's why her training dragged on forever, and she didn't come back until the sun was gone. Right then, Tala hurried through the forest, convinced it was already too late. Then the girl grinned and told her she had a cubo packed with rare ingredients, like that secret could save her and get forgiveness. The girl braced herself for Lady Sella's usual fury, but Tala suddenly spotted a blazing flash and gasped, "What kind of light is that over the hill?" Then she tore back toward the church. Tala screeched to a stop, and his girlfriend's breath caught as she stared in horror. The whole church was blazing, roaring like it wanted the night itself, and she dumped her bag and sprinted straight inside. She slammed to a stop right before Cheetah, who was sprawled on the ground with her dog beside her. She swore she couldn't stand pain, and now she's dead, her doll slumped like a torn old rag, while Towelay stared up and watched the fire crawl farther and farther. The assembly hall burned, the hottest. She swore that's where the fire began. The doors were locked from the outside, and through a shattered window she watched silhouettes flicker inside the flames, crawling around like they were trapped in a tank. Dao got singled out for a powerful helper to step in and save her. The girl grabbed Karen's attention and flat out told him she couldn't do a thing. Then Dawn showed up, and the flames finally died down. She tracked down Mother Superior Sala first. The girl gasped that her body, sprawled on the ground, was horribly burned, yet her face was still unmistakable. Even death didn't steal that smile, and the moment the shaman pressed it, the trap snapped shut and worked. A curse mark clung to it, so the shaman tore into her body, and knowing everyone loved her, he used her death like a weapon to curse anyone who came near. Tala snapped that she'd never forgive their deaths, and that he was just toying with Lady Sale. Those curse-marked bruises Blazing on her face were his shame made visible, and it crushed her with regret for what he'd done to Lady Sala. The girl burst into tears, choking out how sorry she was, and then declared that everyone else had to keep living long after her, because she was the one who should die. Karen stepped up, grabbed Tala's hand, and leaned in to tell her she was truly sorry for dragging her back through those painful memories again. Tala listened, swallowed hard, and fought back the tears as she told Karin she had to, because he lifting the curse is what pushed her to grow up. After she nails her revenge, she's going to swing that sword at him. Karin just smirked and said, "Yeah, we'll be waiting right for it." Tala's tears burst back out as she blurted that she was overflowing with gratitude for Karen then. Like it was Rust who started the habit, Tala decided she'd call Karen by her name too. Meanwhile, Rust was knee-deep in crystals, and the guy beside him groaned that he'd already put in a ton of work. Sure, the transmutation has been running for hours, and now his throat's begging for water. Ari strode up to Rust and demanded, "What is this?" The girl dropped the tray, smiled, and said she'd brought food and drinks, then asked if Ari wanted to take a break. Rust blurted, shocked that he was insanely grateful to her, because, wow, he's starving. "You did great, so you can rest." Then Rust snatched the tray of food, cradled it in his hands, and dug in right on the spot. Ari said her tents were right there, so if he wanted, she'd bring him a chair. The girl stormed into the tent and hauled out 2 chairs for herself and Rasta, while the guy stumbled through an awkward apology like, "Sorry for the hassle." Ari waved it off, saying it wasn't a big deal at all. Then Rust nodded. "All right, I'll start," and he gulped down a mug of ale. He grinned, feeling the ale settle into his throat and kick his tired voice back to life after hours of struggling. Ari told Linda Brudet that just recently they'd been invited to a welcome banquet. The girl said he was damn proud of what he'd built, because he refused to stop until it was perfect. So, ever since he moved here, he's been grinding through trial and error. Rust said that ale was incredible, and I swear I never expected it to smell that good. Maybe he even brewed it with ingredients stolen from plant-type monsters. The guy told her he could run the food and also whip up the drinks. Then Ari shot back that, as far as she remembered, he'd been over the moon when they spotted that barley monster. So yeah, he even went hunting for it. Rust stared at the plate and declared it was a 2-horned steak like he'd chewed it a few times before, only this time it hit different because it's the first time he's ever been this damn fat. He told everyone the canned food is straight up good, same ingredients, sure, but they never get old because each meal comes out in a brand new way, and Ari just grinned and said, "Cooking's the only thing we're allowed to actually enjoy here." The girl murmured that she needed to talk to Mr. Rust. He dropped the spoon and leaned in, asking what she was trying to tell him. Ari told Rust he'd clocked it. His sister and she had special powers. Then Rust admitted the truth hit him the moment they staged that ambush outside the camp. Rust went on to say he believes Roa can see unbelievably far because when she sizes up people or monsters and gauges how strong they are, somehow it ends up turning into that kind of vision. Ari shot back, "That's actually really good. And yeah, he's almost right. Roa, just like he said, has both powers. She can stare far ahead and size up strength, and she can also glimpse the future, but only in a limited way." Rust said it made sense, and honestly this power sounds unreal. Magical eyes are crazy rare, yet Roa has them, and she can see the future, like it's straight out of a legend. Ari told him her grip on the future isn't that solid. He just reacts to clashes, giving her a chance to glimpse a couple seconds ahead, because, as she said, he's still limited. Rust blurted, "No way!" Then leaned in like, "That's why he's amazing." He fired back, "So what do you mean you know my fighting style?" The girl stared at him and still wouldn't say a word. He figured that cloth was hiding her face, but he still pictured that smile like it was right in front of him. Then Rust cut in fast, talking until she'd forget all about his question, because he wasn't chasing answers anymore. He was hunting what she was truly sure of. Then he leaned in and told her he'd heard everything, how her magical eyes work, and the exact condition that flips them on. Ari shot back that she'd made up her mind based on how he acted. And the girl added that for her, family is her secret, though it's also the people who risked their lives to carve out these lands. He helped them like crazy, and she finally decided to spill the whole truth because she fully trusts him. Rest nodded like he got it and told her she could keep going. The girl pressed her fingertips to the mask and promised she'd explain it to him. Then the magic in the air practically screamed what he was feeling, and the guy nodded, telling her it was a magical item that worked like a seal. Ari nodded and said, Yeah, and he just seemed to know everything. Those aren't ordinary things, they're special magic items. And get this, only two exist in the entire world. The girl swore Rust could figure out what they were for just by looking then. Rust shrugged and admitted, yeah, honestly, it wasn't that mind-blowing, because most of the time, he'd already been right. Rust leaned in and asked if they wanted him to fix everything. Ari shook her head hard. The girl shot back that these magical items were made to keep their powers from going wild, and Ari then admitted they're slowly losing their punch. Rust blurted, stunned, that if they weren't in need of repairs, it could only mean one thing. Their powers hadn't stopped growing yet. He admitted he'd been mulling over how to forge two brand new magic items, but it would take time, and Ari lit up, asking right away if it was really true. She dropped to her knees in front of Rust, shouting that she was thanking him for everything, swearing she'd never stay in his debt. Then Rust shot his hand up and barked for her to get back on her feet. The guy demanded what she even remembered saying, and Ari gasped, like, I said something? While Rust snapped, yeah, you did. Then she leaned in and told him the truth. They were a family, and together they were gambling their lives to push forward the development of these lands. He grinned and told her point blank that it meant she and Roa were family to him too, and that he'd jump in to help however he could. He dug into the meal with a real gratitude. Then Boom said it was time to get back to work, and Russ promised he'd take a closer look at him and Roa tomorrow. Ari beamed and promised, yes, tomorrow, then bowed with a flourish as he moved on. The guy decided it was finally time to start hunting down magic crystals again. A brand new day dawned, and Zaire stared at the crystals like, wait, I did all of this in one night? Rust fumbled over the words and blurted, can we carry it all? Zars blurted that it was straight up unbelievable. Then he barked at his men to get the mules harnessed, yelling that from this moment on, everything would be handled. Zara snapped to Russ that he was just messing with something for a reason, and the village headman swore that, yeah, he's a real great alchemist, the kind who's blown past every expectation they ever had. The guy flashed a grin at him, and the man beamed as he spilled the plan he'd cooked up. Then Rust shocked himself because he balked and said it wasn't worth lifting a finger to send for someone important. Zara flat out ignored him, and Rust and Karina got shoved into a tent right in front of a big shot he, greeted them with a warm smile, and said he was thrilled to meet them. He was a city official, a mammal from the Dabbleton Dominion. Rust was stunned somehow. He was the one steering the deal. Mammal even admitted he couldn't believe it either. Honestly, none of them saw it coming. That massive pile of Kagero fruits had transformed into shimmering magic crystals overnight. Mammals added, now we can talk about the reward. Rust couldn't shake the feeling that the village headman had slipped his name to the feudal lord, because the headman basically told him, don't worry, he'll finish it overnight. So Russ had better line up the payment right now. Rust watched the Mimbles scribble away and felt the feather in his hands humming like a magical artifact, because it doesn't just write, it channels magic with element-powered safeguards that stop any rewriting or forgery of crucial documents. Rust stared hard at the sealed mammal's servant had dragged in just for him. He figured this seal wasn't just any old mark, it had to be a magical artifact. He cracked the letter open and scanned it hard, and Rust grinned, because the cash written on that page was more than double the Department of Basic Research's entire budget from last year. Corinne lit up and said it was great, like they were finally even then shoved the documents into the assistant's hands and ordered him to pay Mr. Rust his cut exactly as the contract demanded. The girl shot to her feet, blared that she was officially unveiling an alchemy research department in this dominion under her own command, then declared Mr. Rust would be its chief. He blinked in shock, then dropped to both knees and pressed his hand to his heart. So, yeah, it felt like an official decision, and yet Rust had already gotten used to Karen doing things her own way. Now he had to show her his gratitude. Corinne blasted out the announcement that she was officially speaking for the ruler of this dominion, Admiral Corinne, that every coin from selling magic crystals would temporarily funnel into the department's budget, minus Mr. Rust's cut. The man who'd been recording every one of her words froze in shock at her statement while the rest shifted in that awkward, this is trouble way, because creating a whole new department wasn't exactly a walk in the park. And just imagining how much paperwork he'd have to crush made him want to pray right then and there. Corinne beamed at Mammals and said she was ready to keep the conversation going. She'd deliver the crystals to the agreed destination, with all his stuff included, and he could handle the small details himself, because he was itching to turn these strategic resources into something big. Rust believed Corinne's gifts shined most when they were planning, but the truth hit him he could just step back and let them handle it. Corinne cut the conversation short and told him to stop right there. Rust, though, he was told to stick around a little longer. The guy figured she'd come to brief him on this new department, but Tala popped up with a grin, greeted Rust like a long-awaited friend, and right then, he was left scrambling to guess what she'd say, only for her to congratulate him on taking his new role. Rust stammered out that everything hit him so hard it left his brain blank. He didn't even know what he was supposed to think. The girl practically begged to see him in action, but before she could move, she had to rely on the shaman intel he'd already handed her. Tulis flashed a smile, told him she was gone, and prayed everything would be okay with him. He bolted over, took one look at the Taoist, then turned and stormed off only to reassure. Of course you'll be fine. And deep down, he could only hope she'd finally tear into that shaman and get revenge for everything he's done. Rust slid back into his chat with Karen, and she snapped her finger at the document, laying out his duties like a command, then told him she'd be counting on him to handle everything the best way possible. Rust shot back, "Of course I'll do everything." And the guy figured that, based on Karen's words, his daily life wouldn't shift much at all. Still, he was thrilled he could keep pushing forward with his core research right alongside his current duties. Karen pressed him to log every penny, exactly how much he spent and where it went, while Rust grumbled that, yeah, with his money he could do what he wanted, as long as it stayed within reason. Corinne tried to walk out, then abruptly froze. "Look, I know this is still just a department for now, but I'm growing up and I want it to gradually get more people so it can expand," she said, pushing for it to eventually become a fully independent organization. The girl told the guy to really think about the name, and Rasta immediately started chewing on every word she said. Corinne stormed out of the tent, and Russ stared at the table piled with books and utensils, squinting at the name because it felt way too weird, like it could secretly hint at some link to the Alchemical Association. Rust kept hammering the point that this organization, no matter which angle you stare at it, still answers straight to the state. So tell him this, what's the name of the group, the one that matches the Admiral's dominion? He swore he wouldn't pull some random idea out of nowhere. Then Rust demanded the scroll, grinned that there was no rush, and told himself to lock in on what he could do right now. Two shadows suddenly loomed in front of Rostus's tent, just standing there like they were moments away from barging in, and it turned out to be R.E. and Roa. One of the girls even blurted that they were begging the Rasta master to let them inside. The girl stepped into the Rasta tent, and the guy flashed a smile and apologized for dragging them out. He said he wanted to take a closer look at what Ari had been talking about back then. Ari bowed, voice full of gratitude, and told him how thankful she was. They already know how packed his schedule is. Roa was here last time too, and Rust swears she kept scanning that tent nonstop, like she's strolling the rows with a magic see-through eye that lets her spot things right through the objects. Rust stared at Rosa and told her to craft 2 chairs for Ari and Roa. Then, boom, chairs materialized under the girls, and they had to drop onto them. Rust dropped into a chair and told everyone, "All right, let's begin." Then explained he wanted to track how magical elements pour through their eyes and figure out how that magical tissue suppresses it all. Ari said, "Yeah, I get it," and Roa shrugged back, "Totally, it's fine." Rust said he'd start by rolling the sealing scroll right on top of the one already there, like a perfect seal. Then the guy promised he'd pause for a bit and dig into their magical tissues, and the girls just stared at each other as Roa shot back. "So who's going first?" Rust grinned, but the question still reeked of fear because he could see exactly how dangerous this was, since they'd have to rip off the magical artifact they wear on their faces every day. He said they'd start with Roa, because he'd heard Ori's magical eyes hammered the body with extra strain, and the girl shot back that it'd all be fine. No need to worry. Roa looked him in the eyes and said she trusted him with everything about them. No fear, no doubt. Rust grinned and thrust a tiny scroll into Roa's hands, then ordered her to wrap it around her head so it would cover her eyes. Ari snatched the scroll and devoured its words, then marched up to her sister and said she was ready. So the girl tore off the blindfold and pressed a scroll over her eyes. Ari told Russ that everything was set, and Russ shrugged like it was fine, because now he's about to begin. He grabbed the girl, magic surged, and he started pulling information straight out of her. Russ yanked his hands away and announced everything was set, then asked Roa how she was holding up only for her to panic and swear she saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. He said this proves his scroll is doing its job, and Rust yanked her hair into place, then told Ari to pull the artifact off her sister because it was safe. Ari shot back that it was okay, she'd take care of everything now. The girl yanked the cloth off her sister's face, and Rust and Ari stared in shock. Seeing her without that mask felt completely unreal. Roa's tears spilled fast. As she told Ari she didn't want to see anything, everything felt way too weird. Rust froze at her words, stunned, because he had no clue how to even begin reading Roa's feelings. Ari sprinted up to her sister and slammed into a tight hug, then brushed her hand over her head and started soothing her gently. While Roa buried her face into her sister's stomach, something felt off, and Ari insisted, through it all, that everything was fine. Rust grinned at them, then immediately turned his focus to the rower artifact, like he couldn't wait to get his hands on it. He called Rose and demanded a magic element tester, and Rose, using its branches, handed it over. He snatched the device, thanked Rose like he meant it, then marched to his desk and started getting everything ready. He figured the magic element tester doesn't just test artifacts, it blasts out faint magic waves meant to mimic what living bodies release, then checks how elements and artifacts actually flow. He gasped that the magic stone showed nothing at all, then pressed his hand to the bandage and declared the magic was right there in the fabric itself, right across the bridge of Roa's nose when she wears it, because that's where face-worn artifacts usually draw their power. He snatched the pendulum and raised it toward the mask, and Rust figured this was his next move measure, that magic sweat using the pendulum dowsing, right in the middle of researching the disease. The pendulum clicked to a stop right where the fabric kissed the bridge of his nose, and Russ blinked. Sure enough, this artifact's design felt almost too simple. An energy store, an amplifier, and a built-in noise canceller. Rust skidded to a stop, stunned that he'd ended up here at all, and now he had to pick the best way to rebuild things at the functional level. He kept on insisting that the building process is brutally painstaking and that the magic stream blazing within it is the perfect answer. So Rust stared at the fabric again, studying it from every angle. He stared at the symbol and scoffed like the alchemist who made it was some second-rate hack at best. Then he smashed several magic streams he already had together and instantly turned it into something far greater. Rust pressed his hand to the mask and immediately felt it these relics had to be made by someone who genuinely cared about Ari and Roa. Still, he couldn't shake the question, how much do they really pay just to learn this stuff? Roughly, Rust glanced at the girls. Ari had Rose's head cradled in her hands so she wouldn't feel alone in the tent, and Rose sat there quietly, talking to her sister. Ruse thought Roa had finally calmed down, and then it clicked for him, because once you get it, the psychology is everything here, just like the girls are dealing with. The guy kept insisting that the safety Roa felt from this artifact had to be far stronger than the artifact itself, and Rust grinned at the girls like, that's probably it. Then he shoved a cloth into Roa's hands and told him to go ahead now. He could examine him up close before the guy's gaze snapped to Ari. He ordered her to fling that artifact back in Roa's face, and Rust blared a command that shattered the seal into nothing. Then the girl's glow flared bright, and her hair lifted as the magic surged. Rust snatched the scroll, wrapped it up tight, and marched right up to Roa, then demanded, "Give me your hand." Roa reached out, but worry flooded her eyes because she couldn't shake the feeling that Rust's next move was dangerous. The guy raised his hand, slammed the words out loud to kick off the joint protocol, and said the governing body was Raste transfer. His target was Roa, then warned that the control transfer was the sealing scroll and ordered everyone to finish the protocol. Roa gripped a mysterious scroll in her hands, confused about why she needed him at all then. Rust just grinned and said he had plenty of those scrolls, so she might as well take this one. He kept arguing that he taught her how to use them, and he insisted she could use it any time, like when she wants to rest. Rose jerked her head up for a second, then snapped it right back down. Rust couldn't believe it. Everything was falling apart. Roa was clearly upset about something, and the girl shook with emotion as she leaned in and whispered just how grateful she was to him. Rust stared at her, and Roa's whisper barely landed yet. He heard every word clear as day, while Ari's smile flashed behind her mask as she hurried to her sister to soothe her. Both girls were on cloud nine. Roa burst into tears she never saw coming, and Rust watched them beam, his smile widening as their joy spilled into him. Rust sat at the table, staring hard at two masks, turning them over like secrets, and they looked so plain, just white cloth, that you'd never guess they had anything to do with magic. He thought he'd finally cleared Ari and Roa, and even their masks from the job, so he went for it, trying to forge brand new artifacts. Stacks of books piled on Rust's desk, spelling out the truth behind Ari and Roa, but he hesitated. He desperately wanted to help his girlfriends who'd been standing there forever. Yet he couldn't decide if he should hand those books to them or hold back. He insisted their effectiveness was through the roof. But as he dug into the analysis, he couldn't shake the feeling the guy who made them, whoever he was right on top of Ari and Roa. So tell me, is this game really worth burning for? He gets it, hand them those artifacts, and they'll have to send the old ones off for good, and he can't stop thinking about how their powers are totally different. He knows they're insanely rare, but even so, people still don't get the full picture. And the truth is, the mind plays a huge role in how well anyone can control them. Russ said, if it's really about mastering magic power, then our favorite magical artifacts can be upgraded way better than before, and the new masks look way simpler than the old ones. He knows this isn't some easy thing. It can build a device that measures how much control someone has, so they can compare artifacts, and when the idea hits, he snatches up the pen and starts twirling it, while Rust slaps a hand to his head and grinds his focus back onto the task. He blared that if we're going to talk about problems, then he's right. His research has stalled cold lately, and it's not just because his two main enemies keep tracking him from his last job. It's also the weird new assignments and that brutally tight budget that won't budge. Russ grinned and said he finally had money now, so he'd try a whole new approach, while the guys stared at the masks, weighing every option. That's right, he can't just crank up the indicators. He has to invent a way to flip them on and off completely whenever he wants, for a short burst, and wire it with automatic control. The main character snatched up a sheet of paper on the spot and tore into it with a pen, sketching his idea at lightning speed. He said that if he unfolded the form and added what was missing, everything would work out. Then he planted himself in front of that drawing for all night, while Rust fought to finish his business as fast as humanly possible. Ari and Roa burst into Russ's tent, and the moment he grinned at them, he thanked them for waiting. Then he pulled out fresh artifacts he'd just made, and the girls raced up to his table with bright, happy excitement. They spotted the glasses and that monocle simple in design, but nobody wanted to draw attention every time they wore them, because these were the pure, classic, eye-correcting icons. The girls started twisting those strange objects they had no idea about, and Ari shot back asking what they were supposed to do with them and how they were even meant to use them. Russ told her to split those long, thin metal pieces of the glasses, and the girl did right away, just like he said. He nodded and confirmed it was fine. Now she has to slide them onto her eyes. Ari asked, "Did I get everything right?" And the guy grinned like, "Yeah, exactly, that's what you need." So the veils come off now, and the girls are free too, walking without bandages. Roa carefully slid the glasses the main character made onto her face, gripping them by the edges as she gasped. Utterly shocked, Ari copied Roa's move, flashed a tight smile, and with one careful gesture, pushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The girls stared at each other, and Roa blurted out with pure joy that Ari's face ended up looking insanely cool, making her sister grin back and say, "This whole twist feels downright fresh." Rust said they looked amazing, and the guy practically preened at the finished result. Ari shrugged and said maybe it's just because she isn't used to it yet. But the truth is, she's totally into it. They marched up to the pond, and Russ snapped that it was time to learn how to use them first. Up was the Rua. The girl gripped her spear and launched into a non-stop beatdown of the monsters lurking in the water. Rust made up his mind and stared at the girl, then fired off questions how she was, whether everything ran smoothly, and if there were any defects at all. She smiled and said it was even better than good, totally satisfied with everything in that topic. Roa tapped her glasses, and the guy smugly assumed it would kick the Force's sealing mode to life. Instead, she instantly hauled in an armored salmon with brutal, jagged scales, and even its pickled caviar is famous for a reason. Now she's testing the new artifact's power until she's fully satisfied. Armored Sam is charging upstream with a whole pack, and the guy swears it's because a hippo has hijacked the boss of the monster catfish pond. Russ tells Roa Karen couldn't slice through those armored scales with a single strike, and Roa shoots back that she's not aiming for the armor, she's smashing right between the scales. Russ stepped aside, his mind buzzing with one question. Could Rawa and the others become ingredients for his cases? Then, bam, Rawa came sprinting up to Rust. The girl assured him the artifact was working perfectly, so Rust pressed her. Any complaints? And she went quiet like, It might not be easy to switch modes, or maybe the thing slips during a fight, or something along those lines. Roa snapped back that no, she wouldn't. Ari slumped through the words, begging his sister not to show her rudeness again just because he'd helped them answer him right and be polite. Roa lowered her gaze and declared she could steer her magical eyes any way she wanted. Then she grinned as she explained that, because of it, she could see the world around her crystal clear. Rust leaned in and listened with full attention. Roa went on about how flipping between transparency and long-range viewing modes feels unbelievably smooth. The girl kept insisting that voice switching is super convenient, but doing it by hand just feels better. Rust nodded along and told her he understood. While the guy figured she was really saying that when battle gets hot, physical switching shines the most. Ro told Rust she grips her spear in her right hand, so she wants to do as much as she can with her left. Then Rust reached out and swore he understood completely, and she offered him her artifact, confident he'd use it to set everything right here. He yanked the scroll open, barked the order to kick off the census of the magic scheme, then declared they'd shuffle every function that sat on the right over to the left. Rust handed her the glasses and said it was all set. Then Roa grinned, snapped them on, and charged straight into the pond to smack down a few more monsters. Ari stared at her sister and beamed, like, "You're so happy, Roa." Then Roa snapped her monocle up, lunged her spear forward, and blurted, "I'm sorry for rusting and bothering you." Suddenly, a salmon exploded out of the pond and slammed onto Ari's spear, right where it could do the most damage, and the rust on everything in sight practically froze as it realized the armored fish was targeting Ari's weapon. But was it really? Rust snapped back, insisting it wasn't like that at all, and Ari used her magical eye to see the future pinpointing exactly where he'd strike. From then, the girl grinned, pure joy on her face. Rust shot her a look and instantly knew those two had to be sisters, just like that. She was bursting with joy, shining bright. Then Ari stared back at him, studied his face, and suddenly pulled a glaring, offended expression. He figured her magic eye didn't just help in fights, it could see a future where he'd accidentally blurt something out. And, yeah, it probably was like that. Ari snapped no, and Rust nearly choked when he realized she was truly reading his mind. The girl flashed a grin and said, "You're not exactly wrong." Then her expression turned so sweet it practically melted the air. Meanwhile, the chaos barrels on to Lee House, an enormous association building, and right there he's at the reception with the head of the association. Furious, Lee storms up and demands what he's really trying to make him do with that roster, because there's no way this should ever happen. Lehielson hit the roof with fury. He'd finally sent that annoying guy packing, and he was sure he could breathe easier. Then the jerk would just crawl back again. Life had just started to feel like it was getting better without Rust around, and then he slammed his hand on the table, screaming at Mr. Lehielson to look at all those reports. Parliament keeps sending them back day after day, and everybody's repeating the same old line. The man keeps insisting the apologies or transmutations blow up because the original materials are trash, or he claims the work misses deadlines because shipments are constantly delayed, while all the customers do is demand massive compensation. He spun in his chair and snapped that every punch from the other branch heads was landing right on him, then demanded that he respect the agreements. While those branch heads kept roaring and flooding out orders, he just stood there and did nothing. He grabbed Lee Halsam and demanded to know if he still remembered his words. Then the man's eyes went wide in shock, because La Halsam had warned that nothing would change if Master Rost ever left, so now he had to explain why everything was nothing like that. Lahel. Some bowed his head in bitter silence as the noise snapped again. His shouting demanded everyone hear it. He couldn't replace Rust, and if anything, he was dragging the whole association down with him. He tells them straight up. The building's walls are riddled with massive gaps everywhere, and that slime stink still won't disappear. The association's walls really were sealed with nothing but flimsy chunks of wood, no hiding it either. In fact, those boards made the ugly flaws pop so clearly you couldn't look away. Lahale Sam bowed his head a little, drowning in embarrassment, while the man, completely clueless, started mumbling awkwardly as he tried to find words. The man steadied his breath, then snapped back that he was still dead set against returning the Rasta rage blazing as he clenched his fist. He didn't even get a chance to say it before the moment he left. Their sales hit a countrywide historical record. Then the house reminded him about the magic crystals from that brand new sample that had just arrived, and the head shoved in and barked, "I already know all of this." He went on to say he'd appointed him to take over because the roast master's departure left a hole that needed filling, and if he can't handle it, he'll demand face-to-face that he personally beg to come back to the association. Lihala clamped down on his rage, told the head it was fine and that he understood, but in the same breath the man seethed that it was all Rust's fault. He'll never forget it, and he'll never forgive it. Lahale threw the doors of the Department of Weapons Alchemy wide open in a burst of rage, and inside, people sat amid the shattered hull holes everywhere, just like the head warned, wrecking the whole image of the association. The workers stared at him, and we were sure something was seriously wrong with his mood, so they'd just act like they didn't see a thing and keep grinding like nothing happened. Leal slid into his chair behind a desk that looked worn out for years, cluttered with a couple of dusty books that only made the place feel even more flimsy because everything there screamed abandoned. Sabas burst into the department, yanked his voice to the max, and yelled at Master Lahalsam that they were in serious trouble. Then Master Lahalsam stared at him like he'd gone mad, baffled, and asking why he was in such a wild rush right now. The guy snapped that nearly all the freshly imported magic crystals from the new sample got sent back, and Lee Hylasam just stared at him in shock, refusing to believe a word. He bellowed that this had to be some kind of mistake, and Sabaz jabbed at the boxes, demanding Master Lahilsam look for himself. He stared at the mountain of returned boxes for the marriage, stunned because someone had found that foul, sticky mucus in them, and the sheer size of the stack screamed that there were tons of returns. Lahalsam barked, "So what part of this did you not get?" after they'd already been paid, and Sabas just stammered back that he had no clue what the hell had even happened. The man roared at his employees to call the wholesalers right now, and the Hilson got approached by a hesitant Tortake. Rage flared as he snapped at the guy. "What do you know about it?" Tortake swallowed hard and whispered terrified, No, nothing happened today." Lee Hylasam snapped, asking what they'd even do with the whole mess, and the guy stammered that they couldn't just grab it all and toss it out, because this is the association's lifeline, their main money source, and they can't afford to lose it. Lahalsam kept yelling at them to haul everything to the vault dump. Anything that looks old, clear the space, then shove all the fresh stuff in its place, and he'll figure out exactly where those crystals are meant to go. An employee blurted out what they should do, and the answer came back cold. No options. They had to rush to the nearest storage facility. The girl snapped, "Why toss it just because it looks old?" And the guy shot back, "Because it pretty much does." Warehouses, it turns out, are also under the Department of Weapons Alchemy's control. Someone swore that if they just tidied up, everything would finally fit right, so they slipped into a room packed with huge cabinets full of stuff only for it all to look grimy and untouched, like nothing had been cleaned, though it didn't feel like an accident. Skinny asked if they'd tossed those ancient wooden crates, and she glanced at the shelves, then jabbed her finger straight at one of the countless drawers. She demanded to know what was inside, and they finally told her they didn't even realize the inscription was meant to be erased. She snatched it up in her hands, grinned, and said it was a leftover piece from the struggling Department of Elementary Research, then pointed out that if it mattered, it wouldn't be buried under that much dust. She slid over to the next drawer, leaned in, and asked, half curious, half intrigued, what was in there. Skinny yanked a bottle of liquid from the drawer. Then the girl shook it hard and declared it was a colorless, see-through liquid. Tortake dipped a pendulum into the water and snapped that the magical elements were reacting. Then he claimed the stuff was colorless and transparent, so it had to be flawed. Defective potions. Skinny chuckled and said they'd even saved something that useless. Yeah, it had to be a total disaster in that department. The girl then asked if they could just toss the whole thing away. One of the employees nervously asked if they'd consult Master Lahelsim first, and he answered with a tired, flat no. Tortake pictured Lee Hiley yelling they were helpless without a pointer. Watched the guy insist he'd be broke again, then turned to Keeney and demanded he dump every last bit straight into the river. In the meantime, they'll haul those boxes first, then roll in the magic crystals, because they've still got a mountain of work to finish. Skinny promised she'd do everything she could, but right now she just snapped the lid shut because on the back it warned that the contents were a concentrated blend of magic elements meant to be handled with extreme care. Early on in his elementary research, Rust kept using that concentrated solution like it was a secret weapon, and Skinny snapped that she'd haul the box to the river backed up by a transmuted beast. The girl poured the strange solution straight into the water, and that magic won't hurt humans, not one bit. Splash it into the river, and people will be totally fine. Until you hear what's on the other side. If Cake and the others slip up without any real primary damage, nobody's going to catch it until it's way too late. That fish is out there splashing like it owns the river. But the moment's coming fast, and it's about to lose its home. Now everybody's crammed into the Alchemists Association's communication room, and the place is packed with all kinds of wild magical devices lined up everywhere. Sabas snatched up the report, eyes wide with disbelief, and blurted out that he honestly couldn't accept it. Now he'd have to read this crap. Lahale Sam burst into the office, stormed up to Sabasa, and snapped, "What's going on here?" The moment he spoke, the guy flinched and stared at the master in pure panic, because Lahale Sam was furious at the terrified look his assistant couldn't hide. Lee Housen barked at him to hand over the report, and before Sobas even finished moving, the man snatched the paper right out of his hands and tore it open to see what it said. The man snatched the paper, sprinted his eyes across the words, and as he kept reading, fear crawled higher and higher onto his face. He shot Sabas a look, but the guy only nodded back, and that simple gesture screamed that the report is the full, unvarnished truth. Lehigh stared in disbelief and blurted that the magic crystals were real somehow. Old-school crystals have flooded the market, and there are way too many of them for it to make sense. He blurted out in pure shock, "No way. This can't be true," and refused to believe what the page said. He said the import is shut down tight, no way through, and that only contraband is left, but there's just way too much of it. So yeah, someone's pulling it off right here, even if it shouldn't be possible. Lahale screamed that if any alchemist in their association had handed them a pig like this, they'd get booted on the spot. Then he kept yelling that no one with skills like this should be working as an unlicensed alchemist. Lee Hale stopped dead and blurted, "Rust left the association, didn't he?" With his eyes glassy and almost crying, he was sure of it. Ruthless Rust. Plain as day then, he dropped his gaze to the floor. Sabas snapped to his master that the new sample crystals were still getting sent back at this pace. They're about to drown in unsold stock. People spun around to catch the chaos. And, yeah, it wasn't just random screams. One angry guy muttered that this was some kind of mess. Lee Hill snapped loudly, demanding what was happening with the sales. Sabas fired back that they'd managed to recover a little. The guy shouted that they were in the red zone, pure, absolute danger. And the man stared at Sabbath, terrified out of his mind. Lee Hilsum stared in shock, realizing they'd slipped into the red now, and blurted out at the top of his lungs that it couldn't be. No, it just can't happen. He refused to believe it, because this couldn't happen. Rage boiled in his veins as he grimly realized he'd have to bury his pride and beg us to come back, because the last thing he wanted was to do it, and Lehal snapped that he wouldn't do it for a single thing. The thought of having to face Rust again and beg him for help made the man clench his fists. And then the door swung open as a new guy rushed in, shouting, "Masterly hails 'em!" The man whipped around to see what they wanted, and the guy blurted that his boss was calling, rage blazing through his voice. So Lehelson cleared his throat. Terrified out of his mind, he barked at Savis to do something. Savis blinked, stunned, asking what he even meant to do, since he's just an ordinary worker. And with a tired sigh, Savis admitted he couldn't see any way out of this. Lahai Sam slammed his voice over the whole association, yelling that he was in deep trouble and had zero idea what to do next. The man kept whispering, "Ross," over and over inside his head, dozens of times. Then the guy suddenly let out a huge sneeze, because Lay Heilsum hadn't stopped stewing over him for ages. Lahilsum and a few others trekked through a sun-blazing clearing that opened up into the forest, and the heat was absolutely brutal. They were eating with their feet like. What kind of nightmare is this? The man couldn't even process it, but the order left him no choice. Leehausen remembers how he stumbled into the head's office, and the man blared that the roster had to be brought back personally. Then Leehausen stared at him in shock, refusing to believe he'd just heard that. The head of state declared he had to own everything that happened. So Lil tightened his fists hard, but he refused to answer a word of it. That's how he got shoved into the forest. Lehigh fumed the whole way, furious that he had to shell out his own cash to pay his escorts, while also glaring at his company like, "How are you this useless?" A bunch of incompetents who couldn't even fight worth a damn, but hey, it was still better than nothing. One of the guys yelled at Lee Hal, saying he wanted to ask for something. Then Lee Hal snapped back, furious, demanding what the guy even wanted. The guy pressed on, insisting they were definitely heading the right way, even as trees and plants crowded the path and the forest still felt risky to cross. Legal stared at the forest path, hesitated, then said, "Yeah, probably." Rage flared in his voice as he snapped at his colleagues. Don't even think about it. Then he demanded the man make them understand exactly what they had to do. The man shoved a weapon into the guy's hands for protection, and Lahalsam swore it was packed with magic cycles that could flip its element on the fly crafted by him personally. One of the guys grinned like a villain and said they'd do whatever Sir Lee Hiles demanded, because they were supposed to shoot that rust straight in the back, and he'd come out serving it with a crispy crust. Lee Halsam leaned in and demanded they listen closely. First, lure him out, then strike him down. After that, bait the monsters so they tear into his corpse. The man basically bragged that the money must be pouring in, then swore he was cooking up old-school magic crystals, and the two brothers traded a predatory grin like they were ready to pounce. Lee Halson went on to promise they'd split everything down the middle, so he told them, straight up, to zip their mouths. The guy spun around to the brothers and told Lee Hal that they could count on them, because one of the brothers already snapped that they were about to get trouble from some weak, nerdy kid. So Lee Hal followed them like his life depended on it, just so he wouldn't get stuck alone in the forest. He growled at himself that these guys were just awful, like he's trapped in a blazing steam room, and it's all Rust's fault for yanking him into some unknown place packed with monsters. He clung to the head's words, burst out in disgust at the president, and fired back that he's only worried about looking good. Then he demanded that he tell him he'd boost the funding if he came back, because this guy would return on the spot with tears streaming and begging. A tiny monster burst into view and let out a nasty growl at Lasalzam. Then the man yanked himself back in terror and yelled for Dayton to hurry over and help him deal with the nightmare. Right now. Then he ambushed Lahale, grabbed his attention, and demanded what went down only for Lahale to stare in terror, spot a monster at his feet, and hear the man shrug. It's just a little monster, nothing serious. Eden barked at the brothers to figure it out. Then, one of them yanked out a gun and swore he'd handle everything starting now. The man stalked up on the little monster and fired. Then it dropped instantly. He burst into laughter and told Dayton this was way too easy. And when Dayton asked, the guy grinned and said no one around here can pose a threat with this. So everything's gonna be fine. More and more monsters clawed their way out of the rocks, and Eden grinned like, next one's mine. Remember out here, a ton of species get spooked by sound. Eden barked at his friends to keep their eyes forward. Then the monsters surged right at them, like they were begging to get shot. The Midiuer, one of the brothers gulped, whispering in fear that they couldn't be too many. Deidren snapped at them to open fire on the monsters faster, while Lee House stood right behind, bellowing that they needed to stop. They had to swap out the magic circuits, because the man insisted that reshuffling the elements guzzled way too much magic. Dayton screamed in horror that they just kept climbing and climbing, then he opened fire at full speed, spraying shots. But not every bullet found its mark. He blurted that there was a misfire and demanded, shocked, but why? Panic hit the men hard as monster after monster crashed in, and they finally snapped into action. Rust mentioned it once. He warned that this new kind kept misfiring, and then Deedon roared, yelling that there were more and more of them, before screaming at his brothers to finally open fire. One brother bragged that he already knew everything, then tried to slip away again and again. But each escape attempt went nowhere, and the poor guy finally screamed in panic, yelling that the magic elements had run dry. The moment the crystals ran out, they flooded Lahale with shouts, and then someone's gun jammed mid-fire. Now he's got to hand over spare crystals to them using a magic cannon. Lael snapped in rage that he didn't have any spare crystals, and the guys stared at him in shock, totally unable to wrap their heads around the fact that Master Lee Hylesum never grabbed them. They stared at their guns, then bolted from the monsters at full speed, while Lahelsum raged and barked at them to stop, demanding to know where they were headed. The man stared down the monsters already creeping at his feet, and Lahelsem roared in pure fury that he'd have to take them on alone. He ripped the scroll open and roared for the activation to start, then a blazing light erupted around him. Then a weird spatial link snaps into place watch. The path fused straight into his flesh. Parasitic beast. Number 1 is the destroyer. Lee Hyliasium winced in agony as his hand squirmed into a sticky slime, and out of it, dozens of mushrooms burst to life. The man roared that those pathetic little insects were about to get a visit right in the middle of his pure burning rage. 30 years back, Lee Hielsen was drop-dead handsome, but a storm of gloom always clouded his eyes. Back then, for some twisted reason, every one of Lahale Sam's transforming beasts was a swarm of parasitic fungi fused to his own body, horrifying. But it was the only way he could fight. So yeah, Lehi absolutely hated getting dragged into fights, and when he did have to battle, he hurled himself at monsters using parasitic fungi that blasted their spores everywhere. The monsters finally closed in, and as soon as they pinned them down, mushrooms erupted from their bodies, mowing monsters down in seconds, but trapping them in a losing battle where their own bodies kept rotting under that growth. Lehousam stared into a clearing carpeted in parasitic fungi, but the monsters didn't quit. They lunged on anyway, crawling in to replace the brothers who had just died. The man clocked what was coming and lunged in with his fist, yelling at the top of his lungs for them to get it. Lehelson tore through the monsters again and again, roaring that each one would drop one by one. A monster in the shadows started to crawl up behind Lehelson. He had no idea. Just as he lifted his foot to crush another creature, something latched onto his thigh and sank its teeth deep. Lehelson yanked his hip and screamed his lungs out in pure, sharp pain. The monster refused to let go, clamped onto his leg with brutal force, trying to tear him up for every second it could. He stared at it in horror, realizing it had just sunk its teeth into him, so he kept hammering his foot, trying to shake it off. Lael Sam slammed the monster with everything he had, and it blasted off the man's hip already dead. Lehilsam shot a furious glare at the ripped clothes, and suddenly the wound underneath was laid bare. This monster had absolutely wrecked him. Pain screaming through his body, yet in the same breath he thought, weirdly sure that the potion had to help. Lehilsam slammed the monsters one last time, then scanned the ground with laser focus so nobody got left behind. Everything felt complete, and with that, the monsters were finally over. The man's hand twisted back into its human form, and he couldn't hold back a brutal groan of pain until it finally stopped. He screamed in pure rage that it was all the terrible Rasta's fault. But no one heard him. He was completely alone deep in the forest. Lehousam tore the potion open and chugged it, then wiped at his face like the heat hit hard. After that brutal battle, the man looked wrecked, but Lehousam swore that when he turns up, he'll be overjoyed. Yet before long, he'll be dragged back by the association. And when they do, Lehousam will go after him. He took one step, then screamed that his leg was killing him, and Lehi instantly knew he couldn't fix it. So he grit his teeth and kept walking through the pain, all while he stomped along the path, wailing that Rust would pay for every last thing. Rust strode up to the behemoth, grinning like it was time to roll out, because today he's taking on one of the big alchemist duties, figuring out how to drive forward the regions. The thought alone makes him proud. And out in the distance, you can already make out the silhouettes of tents. He tells them they've got to scrub the magic out of the soil, and the farmers will handle the work next, because the grain won't sprout anywhere. Magic is too thick, so the only way is to drain those magical elements from the ground and scatter them up into the air. Russ started digging a tiny hole, convinced he'd need to keep carving out more in that roughly plowed kidney minus all the stones until the opening matched the exact size he could slip his hands into. The guy muttered that the ground felt a bit rough, but he'd manage. Then Rust felt the behemoth shove into him, just a little, and he snapped his gaze back at him. The guy asked if he wanted to switch, and Rust shot back, asking what he could dig where he was. The hippo gave an eager yes and started digging a hole at full speed with his paw. And the guy cheered, loudly saying Rust was a great fellow. Behemoth kept digging until Rust snapped that it was enough. Then he went on being grateful to Hypopo. The giant beast stared at its master, itching to know what would happen next. Rust yanked an onion from his pocket and snapped that it was time to bury those transmuted bulbs, because the guy swore they had to pull the elements out of the soil next. He tossed an onion into the pit, and the behemoth let out these weird, sad moans. Then Rust patted him and laughed, saying he got it all was just too hard for a hippo, but he still thanked his friend anyway. Rust unfurled the scroll, grinned, and warned that leaks were a big no-no. Then he hit activation and started hauling in magic elements, and a magical sign burst to life above the scroll. The very same magical signs lit up above every pit and the bulb, and Rust grinned, declaring that everything was going perfectly. He brushed the scroll and magic lit up in sparkling streaks. Rust insisted everything was fine, but now you still had to pour out even more elements, because right as he did, the bracelet on his arm started to slip right off. The guy stared right back, and when they finally came home from testing the artifacts, Roa shoved the bracelet into his hands because, the girl explained, it all worked thanks to that artifact, and now she was going to trade him a charm too, the kind they make back in her hometown. Rust grinned and asked if Roa had woven it herself. Roa dropped her gaze, cheeks burning, then nodded. She told him, if you ever need to, you can just cut it off. Rest stared at the bracelet again, grinning inside because Roa made this for him, yet one thought hit like a punch. What kind of amulet is it if it can be snipped away? Eileen charged the behemoth, thrusting his arm up with the bracelet, and the guy warned him it'd take a bit so to slip through. He'd have to dig into his predecessor's papers. Rust yanked out a scroll of notes and announced, here it is, then claimed it was a comparison how packed the magical elements in the soil were, versus what showed up in the millet growing there. Before he left, he shoved every last record left in the Department of Basic Research into that single scroll. Then Rust smirked and swore Lee Hylison would trash it all. He pressed his fingers to the scroll and let it sink in. Something wild and fascinating was written right there. The guy figured that if you tuck a few magical bits into the soil, the food would hit people harder, tasting better. Then he threw out the wild idea that the human brain is just falsely firing up your taste centers, and Russ swore her taste wouldn't change a single bit. A wild study dives into how magical elements rip through the human body. Then the behemoth mutters something in its own tongue. He blurts out, shocked, it's time, and beams as he thanks the behemoth for telling him. Rust closed his eyes and prayed for the behemoth, his focus razor sharp, and then, out of nowhere, he heard Ari shouting his name. The girl sprinted up to him, breathless, and Rust snapped back in shock. What happened? Ari answered fast. Someone's looking for you. The girls giggled with nervous excitement and said they didn't think she was a good person, so he better watch his step. He couldn't believe it, this guy wasn't even that good, and when he stared at him, he asked the girl if he'd told her his name. Ari, panting hard from running, nodded yes. The girl blurts out that he introduced himself as Lee Hylison. Then the guy grins like he's furious to the bone. Russ said Lehigh was there too, and thank goodness she finally learned his name. Then he turned to Ari and pressed her for every detail she could share while they rode down the road, because the guy couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to hit. Rust shot his hand out toward Ari, and she blinked at him like, what? But still reached back, so he clamped her tighter and insisted she let him help her. Rest quickly hauled Ari onto the huge hippo, swearing it beat walking to camp. Then the guy grinned and told her, hold on tight, the breeze is going to carry us for a wild ride. Ari went red, but she clung to Rasta hard from behind, gripping tight so she wouldn't tumble. The behemoth burst into camp in a flash. Ari shoved her cheek to Rust's back, thinking they were flying so fast, yet somehow calm and cozy, even as they tore through the wastelands. And she realized the beast was timing its speed on purpose, so they wouldn't rattle or get thrown around. The guy leaned in and told Ori, I'm your old colleague from the Alchemist Association, then immediately started loading his life with one headache after another, like he could never just be satisfied for even a second. Rust said he'd probably come here because of the magic crystals. Sure, he'd guessed this might happen, but it hit way sooner than he ever expected. Array leaned in and listened to the guy, but she didn't even realize her face had fallen with sadness, eyes distant, heart heavy, lost in deep thought. She was clearly worried about something, yet she kept it locked up tight, and Rust just smiled and asked if something was bothering her. She answered in a shaky voice that she couldn't make it out clearly, and then she warned, the future is coming for us, and a brutal battle is waiting, and it won't be easy. Ari leaned in and said she can feel it. This isn't some small fight. It's a full-scale war about to ignite, and the visions keep flickering in and out as they press on. The girl scooted closer to Rust and purred that the artifact he'd built was working perfectly, like it was made for her. Maybe that's the real reason she can finally see this fight. Rust stared ahead, stomach twisting, as he realized Ari shot back an answer before he even finished his question, like nothing could possibly be wrong, like the artifact was perfectly fine, and everything here was actually okay. The guy shot Ari a stern look and demanded if she wanted to admit that she and Lee Hale were going to get pulled into some kind of fight. Ari's voice sank as she said she was almost certain and that it was going to be awful. Rust leaned in, hungry for an answer, insisting it wasn't all. Ari hesitated, then admitted she truly didn't know, because she's never felt this way before, and it scares her to the bone. The girl blurted out that she was sorry, and Rust just grinned, telling her she had nothing to apologize for, and he made it clear he was truly grateful for what she'd said. Ari snapped her head up and screamed, and Rust froze in shock because he couldn't make sense of it. She wasn't just looking at him, she was staring right through him, and the whole thing was terrifying. The girl leaned in and whispered that the bifurcation point was right around the corner, because she's already here and the Rasta Master's choice can go a completely different way. Some choices feel smarter than others, but no matter what, plenty will still pick Rust. And Ari keeps murmuring that both roads share the same odds of becoming the one fate drags you down. Ari's eyes lit up with pure wonder, but she didn't even notice. She just stared, blown away by what she was seeing, while fate snapped the pieces together and kept writing its plan. Then she murmured that the wind was roaring through the wastelands, carrying their song. And as her gaze sharpened, two figures appeared right before the shaman's hand came into view. Russ stared at Ari in shock, realizing magic flickered in her eyes, and the monocle artifact in front of them was acting way too strange for comfort. The processing speed hits a brick wall, but Ari's magic eye has the monocle perfectly in sync, so he keeps pushing his argument that her eyes can see the future, and honestly, it is mind-blowing. But just how far ahead can she really look? Ari yanked himself back, and the girl couldn't handle that sight right up in her face. She pitched backward, but Russ lunged and snatched her out of the fall, and the guy stared at her in pure panic like, what just happened? Rust roared for Ari to hold on, but her eyes stayed shut, unconscious and locked in a dream for the next few minutes, oblivious to every scream. The girl finally started to come back around. She groggily called Roster, thanking him with all her heart, and told him she was okay now, so he didn't need to worry. But Roster froze, stunned, because the future vision had suddenly stopped dead. Ari's magic eye burned through her body harder than he expected, and it knocked her out cold, while the guy leaned in and told her, "Don't panic, you're totally fine." Russ said it with iron confidence, whatever fate hurled at him. Whatever it cost, he'd still protect everyone. No excuses. Russ stammered that, yeah, they were family after all. Ari blinked in shock, then grabbed him and hugged him hard. Her cheeks flared as she whispered, "You're right." The guy flushed, choked out a cough, and suddenly felt weirdly awkward. Then Rust snapped that they had to crank it up, told Ari to grip on tight, and warned that from here on out, it was full speed. Roa burst up to them, shouting that they had to get there right now. Rust waved it off. No problem. The guy steadied Ari and helped her down, then leaned in, asking what she planned to do next. Ari's barely hanging on. He told her to rest. She didn't look well at all. But the girl shot back with fearless confidence. She was going with him too, to back him up. Ari blurted that she had to see it with her own eyes. Then Rust shot her a grin, and the two of them strolled off together to lay hailsome. Roa leaned toward Mr. Russ and warned him to be careful, because she could feel something evil stirring inside him, and her power of insight didn't lie. He froze at the shock, but after that he couldn't deny it, so he agreed to take her advice. Karen stood before Lahelsam, armored up as the Heavy Knight, because her special super-heavy meteorite iron armor wasn't built to protect her. It was built to smash harder, crushing the weight of her bag and turning every attack into something brutal. Karen snapped her head toward him and grinned, saying he'd finally shown up, and Rust smiled back, apologizing for making her wait. Suddenly, his expression snapped, and he glared at the Hailsome staring him down, both of them standing face to face. Lee Hailsome stared with rage and pure worry, and Rust immediately feared it was really him. So he swore to commit with a master's rank. Karen's in for a brutal time because she's all about straight, head-on collision. Rust shot his hand up in front of Corinne, and the girl snapped her eyes to him in shock. He planted his back in front of her and snapped that he'd handle it himself. She could just walk away and trust him. Lee Hassam forced a shaky smile, practically blurting that he'd finally made it to Master Rust. He'd been chasing him for ages, and now he was right here. Rust snapped what he was really up for with Master Lahelsum's visit, and then demanded to know what that awful smell was. Lee Hassam spoke with such fire that Master Rust couldn't help but listen and even rejoice. Then the Association of Alchemists slammed the door on silence and officially brought back the Department of Basic Research, and their president handed Lee a golden chance to return to the spotlight and work again. Yeah, Rust, if he was thrilled by the news, it was because this was an honor to his name. The man nodded and said, "Now you can come with me," then thrust his hand out toward him. Rust stared at him, stunned out of his mind, and blurted that he'd never seen it happen in his life. "He's never coming back." Lahelsam snapped his eyes open in shock, not believing a word Rushta had just said, and stared at the young man like he'd seen the impossible. Rust claimed he quit because he was desperate to move on, and yeah, it all traces back to the Department of Basic Research getting dissolved. Still, he insists this was exactly the opening he needed to finally push his scientific work forward. The guy added, "If that's all you're trying to say, then I'm asking you to leave." Corinne nodded, satisfied as can be. The girls kept their eyes on Lee Hale, watching him like a hawk right up close. Then the man started giggling. Russ stared him down, and then the guy erupted into loud, hysterical laughter, throwing his head back like it couldn't be stopped. Corinne, Roa, and Ari yanked out their weapons, ready to strike the moment he lunged, while Lee Hale just grinned, smug as ever. The man said, "Then there's nothing left to do," and slammed the door on every option because he meant it. No choices at all. Then he turned and declared, "I'll destroy it." And Rust stared in shock as the man suddenly lunged at him and the girls. He barked for the activation to start, and Ari, Roa, and Corinne immediately backed off. Scrolls burst open and sealed around him and the girls, turning into shields. Rust roared with rage at Lehelsum, shouting that he knew alchemist masters were forbidden to fight to the death, and that he remembered Ari's warning. Then Lehelsum suddenly changed everything. He snapped into realization that this was way worse than they thought, then bellowed that Lehelsum would at best lose his alchemist's license, and he demanded to know if the guy still didn't get it. Rust, meanwhile, boiled with pure fury at his move. Lehelsum squeezed his hand into a deadly goo, brewed from poisonous mushrooms, and snapped into pure madness. Then he snarled that he wouldn't leave a single witness alive. Suddenly, arguments started flying and hit the ground, and boom, they sprouted into mushrooms. Rust yanked his hand over his nose, horrified to realize those weren't harmless specks, they were spores, and they could spell danger. So he shoved the guy's hand out in front of Ari and Roa to stop them cold, yelling that these were transformed beasts from the slime mold archetype, and screaming for them to back off and never ever inhale a single spore. The mushrooms shot up from the earth in an instant, lifted by the very hands that had made them. Roa's jaw dropped as he realized the mushrooms had actually grown limbs. Russ couldn't believe his eyes. These were independent, transformed animals. Alone, they don't look all that strong. But there are so many of them, and going up against Lehelsum means they're poisoned for sure. He kept insisting he had to handle them fast, and then bam, one fell swoop later, the guy shot his hands out. Scroll after scroll burst into view before him, right in front of the mushrooms. So he snapped an apology, then steeled himself, because he was going to wipe them out. A tiny tornado whipped up on Rust's arm as the guy yelled to crank the grinding machine while Rust got ready to unleash an attack on the poisonous mushrooms Lehelsum had brought forth. Roa leaned in and asked if it was the very same thing he used to forge magic crystals. Rust bellowed as he swung with everything he had, crashing his full power punch straight into the grinding scroll. He glared at the little enemies, rage blazing in his eyes, and roared, demanding the limit be released. Rust hurled every ounce of his strength into the raging tornado, battering the monsters. The mushrooms started blasting upward, then shredded into little pieces, but they had zero strength to stand up to Rust's tornado. They still fought to reach that guy. Rust seized that he had to hack them into tiny pieces because he had no clue what those transformed beasts could pull off, while the guy kept gripping the tornado. Corinne, Roa, and Ari stared as Rust fought tooth and nail, and yeah, he looked like he had this, but the girls still couldn't shake the fear that Master Rust might actually fall. Mushrooms skittered apart, darting every which way as they collided mid-run. The monsters weren't great at dodging Rustus's attacks, so a few just froze and took the hit. Rust carved a magic sign and slapped it with his touch. Convinced they needed to be yanked out of the camp for good, then Lehelsum got drenched in slime as the wind suddenly whipped up and flung it straight into him. Ari told Rohad that the tornado's suction blasted the crushed mushrooms all over the place, and Rohad's sister just laughed and said, "Looks like it's a mushroom smoothie now." Lahel stood there as sand, slime, and mushroom porridge came flying at him. Then his whole body dropped into the liquid, and his face vanished under a thick blanket of goo. Rust thought he'd truly done it. He'd smashed every last mushroom, then he cut off the tornado summoning and stared at the battlefield, watching the chaos for himself. He let out a blood-curdling scream, stunned by what burst out right after his attack. Lehelsum is totally blanketed in a strange substance, so thick that Rust can only spot one of the man's eyes, and even then he has to poke around with his finger to find more. Corinne planted herself on her sword and grinned, saying Rust was merciless like always. While one of the sisters shrieked that it all happened in the blink of an eye, he was insanely strong, even if it was Rust, and she could barely believe it was even imaginable. Rust drank in every compliment the girl tossed his way, puffing up with pride like he'd just conquered the whole monster world, and when it was over, he rolled the scroll, tight only to panic so hard he thought he might sink straight through the ground. Lakiasm started shrieking and choking as sand flooded his mouth. Then he clawed his way out inch by inch. Now he looked like a full-on Sandman. Once he finally freed his mouth, he let out a furious, venomous sigh and started yelling at the top of his lungs. Lehelson suddenly snapped that every last one of his mushrooms vanished, and he couldn't believe Rust would do that. Right now, he looked so nasty you'd never guess he was an alchemist. Rust couldn't stand it. Watching his former colleague was downright disgusting. Corinne stared in confusion, completely lost about what was happening, while the sisters' faces stayed hidden behind masks, yet their eyes screamed curiosity. Lahale Sam yanked his hand free from the muck, then snapped a scroll into existence, 2 grim magic seals blazing on it, while black smoke curled around the paper like it was made for evil. Rust watched Lehalsam's move and felt his stomach drop. His gut screamed that this was a declaration scroll. The man slammed his hand onto one of the seals and, boom, it erupted into a towering mushroom, blasting out thick smoke that swallowed the entire battlefield. Rust couldn't help but wonder if this was some kind of smokescreen, but nah, it doesn't look like one. The guy insisted gas sinks like it's heavier than air and spreads fast across the ground. Then Rust snapped back with the real questions. What is it exactly, and how the hell will it behave? Rust stared at the spot where Lehelsom should have been, and as the strange smoke thinned out, Lehelsom snapped into view, then bolted for the exit like his life depended on it, and Rust muttered almost weirdly that he'd just run away. Curran practically demanded, "Why are you even here?" And then Roa erupted, screaming, "After him, RUN!" The guy roared, "No, stop her right now," because he was convinced it was poison. Rust yanked the scroll back out, and word for the activation to start the limit snapped loose right after, and even with all these wild moves, Lehelsom can still be a master alchemist, because he's about to pull something terrifying. He pressed his hand to the seal and spoke the words to kick off the purification. Magical sigils ringed the mushrooms, whirling around its deadly poison smoke, and the whole thing shut tight like it was sealed under an invisible dome. Ari said the space up here felt warped, like reality was bending, and Rust snapped back that it had to be that way to split the gases, then warned him, "Tell me now if you're still thinking of getting close." Rust stared at the mushroom, narrowed his eyes, and said it would take serious focus to handle. He figured he had to split the gases first, then shape each one into a perfect sphere, and he couldn't stop guessing that one of those bubbles would finally hold pure oxygen. Rust blared for the activation to start, and the other guy figured he could wait to take the next step. So Rust ordered the projection into existence, and insisted it had to be warmed up under real sunlight first. A glass rose over the mushroom, blasting the sunlight straight into it, and that guy instantly knew, with all that oxygen supercharged by heat, a massive spike of thermal energy was coming, and it hit just like he thought. Roa said it smelled weirdly awesome, then she accidentally inhaled it, and the guy yanked out a jar and started trapping every last wisp of smoke to save the air. Roa figured that purple gas was poisonous, so he planned to bottle it in a jar with a cleansing effect. He crumpled the scroll shut and barked that everything was finally ready. Roa said, "Now we go after Lehelsom, he's right ahead." Russ snapped his head toward Karen and yelled, "I'm going after him now, Roa can spot everything." Then Ari screamed at Rust, "Look back. Something's coming." Russ snapped his eyes to the sky and froze when he spotted black dots out in the distance, charging straight toward him. Roa unleashed her power to close the distance, then stared straight at the creatures to figure out what they really were. She spotted terrifying giant fish monsters that could soar through the sky, and the girl shrieked that an armored salmon with wings was real. Then the things surged forward to attack because they've evolved. Rust froze, completely thrown off, stunned that all of this was happening right now. Rust stared ahead, fear clawing his chest, and he couldn't decide, should he chase Lehelsom or throw himself in and help the others defend the camp? Karen blared, "Heavenly salmon is up ahead," then yelled at Ari and Roa to push forward only to immediately switch gears, screaming for them to rein it in and read how dangerous things were. After that, she declared she'd take command of the soldiers and personally oversee the evacuation of everyone who wasn't fighting. The girl said the only rule that matters is staying alive. Everything else can wait. Karen shut her eyes and went still for a few seconds, weighing every move she'd just made. Corinne snapped her eyes on Rust and warned that Master Rust would chase Lehelsom, then swore she'd back whatever choice he made, and Rust just stared at her, stunned. Rust heard Corinne's words and let out a stunned sigh. He never saw that order coming, and now his instincts were begging him to chase Lihilsum. He kept hammering his point, saying this was exactly the turning point Ari warned about. So Lahala had to be pursued, or the camp would be left defenseless. Rust shut his eyes and figured Corinne and the crew didn't stand a chance against those flying enemies, while the heavenly salmon kept closing in again and again. He clenched his fist hard. Rust feared a whole horde of enemies would come crashing down from the sky, and because they were packed with tough, hard scales, no alchemy, no magic gear, the fight would lock into an ironclad defense with countless victims, and Rust clenched his fist like it could hold back the nightmare. Rage clenched her hands into fists as you kept arguing that the camp's victims should be saved, or that Lahail should let some people go. And then you hit the truth. There's only one reason master-ranked alchemists are banned from fighting each other. He figured if they fought with everything they had, the whole battle would blow up into something massive, and the rule wasn't there to save the alchemists, it was there to protect everyone standing nearby. He realized that if he launched a full-force attack, the danger would skyrocket. Kaylin gets it. She's a feudal lord, and her #1 job is saving the camp. Yet she still hands the decision to him. And when Rust tells her he understands everything, she lets the plan move. He slapped a hand to his chest and swore he'd defend the camp. Then Corinne stared straight into Rust's eyes like she was trying to read his soul, because he believed that if he met her gaze, he'd finally understand something. If her choice to chase Lahel Sim leaves bodies behind, she'll swallow the grief and the regret herself because she runs this place, and Rust knows it. He flashed a grin at Karen and said they'd handle Lee Hale later because he was definitely coming back. Corinne stared at him in shock. Then her face lit up with a bright smile. She said it was perfect. The Rustmaster had to ready himself to smash the heavenly salmon, and he roared back that he understood everything. Rust grinned like a spark in the dark. He knew he had to destroy, and still, she demanded so much that he couldn't afford to fail her. He has to do it, he told himself. Then she burst forward, sprinted right up to Rust, and screamed that Master Rust must not go through with this. He had to chase Lee Salesome right now because the girl clutched her eye, sounding terrified, and when Rest stared at her in shock, Karen snapped at Ari to shut up. In the middle of war, only she gives the orders, so now she has to march out and carry out her duty. Ari lowered her head. She snapped back that she'd obey Madame's orders no matter what, and then they moved out right away, while Rust stayed behind, watching her go, already regretting everything. He kept insisting that he truly believed in the future. She'd seen back at his old job. He slipped into a dead, passive haze without even realizing it, just sitting there for hours, staring at the ceiling like it meant nothing. Rust believed this was his shot to pick his own future, and that belief sparked real trust and bright hope in him. The guy kept staring at Ari for a couple heartbeats, then snapped into motion and charged straight for the battlefield. He sprinted with one burning goal: protect what could never be replaced. And what Kuran and the girls gave him, just like every other camp resident, he'll never, ever forget. As the heavenly salmon swept over the camp, Russ slammed on the brakes, turned to Stoya, and said he could tell they'd split into two groups, one streaking straight for the camp, and the other headed for the capital. He mumbled, kinda unsure that it was probably even great, but then he couldn't shake the question. Why on earth would they even need to go all the way to the capital? Russ clocked Ari and Roa scrambling to spear a salmon that just wouldn't give up. He came barreling toward them, blaring as he shouted that he was on his way, and the girls answered with fearless confidence that Master Russ didn't need to rush in, because they already knew how to fight, and they would handle it for sure. Rust froze, stared at them in shock, then grinned like a champion and demanded, "I've got just one question." The guy shot back asking where everyone else was, and the girls answered, "They're locked up in the food storage." Russ nodded like, "Yeah, that makes sense. The enemy's raining down from the sky, so hiding underground storage is a smart move." The guy told Ari and Roa it was the right call, and now he's betting everything on them. Rust spun around and stormed toward the tent, furious that they were wasting a single second. He bolted into his room and started grabbing every potion bottle he could find. Then he ripped open the scrolls and dumped everything onto them while Rust screamed for the transmutation to kick off. Potions started glowing into magical symbols, then stamped themselves right onto the paper. Rust used every one of his potions one by one, panicking that he'd miss a step, so he yelled for the gravity restriction to be lifted. This spell's job is to pack a solution of magical elements into place. Now he starts creating 9 balls. Glass orbs brimming with liquid flared into existence beside the magic runes, and Rust swore these were the best stuff around, but this wasn't the moment to cheap out. Rust stared at the scroll and thought, this is my rule: save money and squeeze every last bit out of it. Because he's using seriously valuable materials right now. And the guy just grinned, saying he'd take it even further later. Rust figured saving the campers would be worth everything. Then the man started to run out of strength and the fatigue hit his eyes hard. He believed rapid transmutation demanded laser-level focus like threading a needle, and he still blasted multiple objects at once. And yeah, that feat is brutally hard. Rust clamped onto her arm to stop her, insisting in a tired voice that there was still a little more left, and the guy feared that if his focus slipped, all of it would be wasted. He kept snapping back that he didn't have the materials for another shot, but Rost's head started to shut. He fought to hold it open, yet his own body flat out refused. He fought through sheer panic, realizing this was a disaster in the making, because his ego was spiraling darker by the second. Rostus's vision started to fade, and then Corinne, Roa, Aaron, and every villager who'd been standing near him all snapped into view just as he jolted his eyes open. He screamed at the top of his lungs and tightened his grip until she kept clutching those potion balls. He wouldn't let it all end up sold for nothing. Rust let out a thrilled breath and thought, I'm so close, I'm about to pass out. While that guy stared hard at the scrolls, where the writing glowed stark white. He swore he was crafting scrolls to blast those flying enemies out of the sky, each one forged from magic stones and charged with a magic stream. But getting even a single scroll ready took a mountain of materials and way too much time. Rust cut himself off and said, I make 9 at once, and that's brutal. Then, the 9 scrolls ripped through the air and lunged straight for his hands like they'd been waiting for this moment. He felt it at last. It was finally ready. Rust spotted the bracelet Rella had given him, and her words hit him like a punch. If you ever need it, you can cut it off. He snatched it up, looked at it, and admitted he was truly grateful. Rust stared at the tense exit, gripped the amulet tight, and sprinted to help his friends while the man silently prayed that nobody had gotten hurt. Rust burst into the square, and then the sky exploded. Heavenly salmon swarmed overhead, circling like a living storm. They lunged at Karen the second she appeared, smiling like she'd already won. Then she pulled up her armor to shield her face. Rust caught her bloodthirsty smile. Then Karen's blade swung, and the monsters got shredded in seconds, while the guy could only stare at the salmon pieces that hit the ground after they met her steel. Rust couldn't stop himself from staring, thinking, no way, that's Karen's jet black armor. And the moment he processed it, he snapped to attention. She didn't just get that nickname by accident. Charging straight at the monsters, Rust blared out that Karen was a true war heroine. She hit them like a jet black, rabid bull, and the guy couldn't believe she was charging straight in without a second thought. He watched Corinne duke it out with the heavenly salmon, convinced she was far stronger than any normal person. But that one cruel weakness gnawed at her. She had no weight. Rust figured that her patched armor and that massive sword would cancel out the downside. Then Karen straight up got even heavier once the armor and blade were in play. Corinne slammed down beside Rust, punching a brutal dent into the earth. The guy stared, shocked like he couldn't believe she was hitting him with pure force. And Corinne just smiled, asking if he was ready. Rust grinned and said he was completely ready. Heavenly salmon wheeled through the sky in sharp circles, zeroing in on people below. Corinne burst out, shouting that he was still lightning fast like always. She barely got a chance to warm up. Rust shot back that from the outside, it looked like she'd already take care of them all by herself. The girl told him she couldn't be sure. Then she jabbed a finger at the dead monster like proof, and Corinne snapped. No guessing. Take a close look at the heavenly salmon. Rust stared at the ground, and there was a monster. Corinne swore that if she's awake and goes to destroy salmon, the caviar will explode all over the neighborhood. So everybody's got their hopes on him. He has to jump in and help. Rust grinned wide and said he got it, then promised he'd wipe them all out in one brutal sweep. The guy even pressed the scrolls to confirm they were really in his hands. He hurled the scrolls into the air and roared that it was time to begin. Then Rust slammed the activation words, saying them 9 times so every single scroll would awaken. Roa and Ari spotted wild flashes lighting up the camp, and Ari gasped that it had to be Master Rasta's alchemy. Then Karen barreled up and yelled that they could finally take a break for now. Rust started stalking the air, waiting for a bunch of salmon to drift closer, because he figured if he had a chance to rip them apart, he'd go grinding. But now, they're stuck right in the middle of camp, and that's a disaster waiting to happen. The guy kept insisting those very scrolls were the exact opposite. So Rust roared, demanding it manifest right now. A wall suddenly shot up ahead of the pack, promising safety for what came next, while a rose started bursting to life from the magic sign. The same fighter crashed straight into the magic wall. The rose lashed its vines around the entire flock, and the monsters howled in pure, crushing pain. Suddenly, the magic started to crumble, and there were no monsters left, just gone, like they'd never existed, as if Heavenly Sam and never existed had erased them from reality. Ari let out a shaky sigh, stunned that it was finally over, while Roa grinned so wide she practically glowed with victory. Corinne admitted it was wildly impressive. But the real relief was knowing the monsters were gone for good, and then the rose's vines started unraveling and fading away. Rest believed the scrolls of manifestation could work a miracle, so he grabbed the return from the rose, yanked those parts to a new spot, and then manifested it all using the scrolls. With a grin, Rest told Rosa he was genuinely thankful. Rust figured the salmon hadn't gone anywhere at all. These things were way bigger than the armored salmon he'd seen before, and from where he stood, he swore they could fly with those upgraded fins. Even as he insisted their tough scales were packed with magical elements. Could it be they soar by draining the very magic he's dying to uncover? Russ muttered, sounding fully hooked. This was wild. Rose then reached out and pressed her vine to the guy's face. He blurted out sorry. But once the dust cleared, he'd run an autopsy, and he told everyone Rosa would have to grind hard, then shrugged and said, "Let it be." The rest of the salmon tore through the air over the camp, like they were heading for a fresh target. Russ grinned and said it was extermination time. They were a menace, and if they swarmed and attacked, they could seriously hurt someone. Rust bellowed for the scrolls to tear free, and the wind ripped them apart, shooting each one to a different direction. The end of the battle was right around the corner. Meanwhile, let's talk about Lint. Sometimes he's the one hauling food into the camp, and other times he's nothing but the cook. Linta slammed a massive axe into monsters, while a bunch of others fought shoulder to shoulder beside him, and he remembered all of it started right at the attack's very beginning, in the food storage. Now, he stood there, exhausted, watching monsters keep coming with no end in sight. A fighter shoved up to him, snapping that he'd storm forward and distract them, then made it clear he was notifying Commander Lent first. Linda barked out a smile she didn't mean, warning you that the circular formation can't be broken, and then dropping the bomb. He's no longer in command. He kept smashing the monsters with a grin, and then boom, one of the heavenly salmon came charging in. He just waited with that same smile until it was right under his nose, and Lintus erupted, shouting for it to get him. Lintus snapped that these living nightmares keep crawling back just to attack, and it keeps throwing everything off. Warrior leaned in and asked what they'll do, then drove a hit into the monster and warned that this pace would smash them all, while the whole time the fight didn't let up for a second. Linter rubbed his cheek, lost in thought, wondering what they should do next, because this situation felt like a dead end, and he had to invent something, and he had to do it fast and make it stylish. He told the warrior that Lady Corinne had ordered them to hang on, and the warrior shot back, asking, "Hang on how much?" They were already wiped out, and nobody knew how much longer they could keep going, so Linda answered, "All we can do is trust her. She's calling the shots, and someone has to fix her orders." Yet that guy is so convinced Corinne won't fail them, he swears they always pull through like this, and he refuses to believe today will be different. Linta never even considered disobeying Corinne's commands, so now he won't either. Linta heaved the axe into the air and roared for everyone to listen up, promising they'd stand their ground and fight off those monsters, while the crowd immediately broke into loud, eager shouts of agreement. The heavenly salmon were rolling back toward Earth, and Linda wore an evil grin because, yeah, he'd definitely lifted their morale, but the fight was still a mess. Now it was time to plan their retreat, and Linda said, dead confident, that they could count on Lady Corinne. The warrior yelled for the commander to look up, then Linta snapped back that he never said he was a commander, so stop calling him that, and when the man demanded what was in the sky, Linta craned his head up and saw the monsters tangled up with vines. They start vanishing at once with a blood-curdling scream. Then someone demands, "Is that a new monster up in the sky?" He leans in, staring hard at the weird shape overhead, and with total confidence declares, "Nah, it's not a new monster." Linto can barely believe it. Something out there was devouring heavenly salmon. The guy snapped his head toward the shouting. Someone yelled at the commander to look out for the monsters. Then they burst through. He snapped his head around, and there they were, A whole swarm of monsters descending on people, ripping into everyone, while the crowd scrambled to fend them off with mines, and it went horribly wrong. Lintus planted himself in front of the crowd and roared that the enemy was closing in. Stay in formation. So the guy clenched his axe harder and braced for the strike. He stared down the monster right in front of his face, and Linda's stomach dropped. This was it. This was how he'd meet his end. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. He was really about to die at the hands of a heavenly salmon. Suddenly, the last salmon got snared by vicious, prickly vines. Monsters shrieked as pain tore through them, and even when they tried yanking themselves free to grab roses from the trap, nothing worked because the vine gripped them like a clamp, and Linta just stared, frozen in shock at the nightmare unfolding right before his eyes. He stared in disbelief as vines growled out of the scrolls, and he swore it had to be the Rasta master behind it. He kept staring as the salmon vanished into the vine, and Linta insisted they got ripped apart in a single second. Yet he still didn't even bother using the commander's axe. The guy just called the whole thing creepy. People swarmed around Linton and started talking, and one guy blurted, shocked, that they were barely hanging on. His friend snapped back, that alchemist masters were terrifying, scary monsters. Linter snapped out of the shock and muttered, unsure, that everything felt wildly off, like this easygoing kid had no business having techniques that bad in the first place. Linta locked eyes with one soldier and demanded he report the losses. Then the man snapped back that he'd spill everything right now. No deaths, but a dozen aren't badly hurt, just bruised and scratched up. Linta broke into a smile and told him, I'm so relieved you said that. He couldn't have prayed for a better moment. The guy fumbled out that he needed to tell the commander something, and Linda shot him a tired look. How many times did he still need to be warned not to call her that? The man hung his head and admitted they were useless, and the guy stared at him in shock before quickly looking away. Linta just snapped that it was plain stupidity. He demanded to know who would have saved the civilians if these people weren't here. Then Linta snapped back, asking what would happen if the monsters burst through immediately, and how many people he thinks would have died. The whole point was clear. He was fighting to prove they mattered in this battle, because they absolutely do. Linta tipped his gaze to the heavens and snapped, to find your weakness when a monster force comes for you, that's what life is. The warrior stared at him, stunned. He slammed the warrior right in the shoulder, grinned, and told him not to sweat because Master Russ was backing them, and everybody had their own place, doing their own thing. Linta warned that if even one of them hadn't shown up, the damage would have been way worse, and then someone yelled at the commander to finally look at how their mules were getting attacked. So the commander blinked in shock and demanded, wait, what happened? Lint barks for a couple of volunteers to rush up. Hey, won't let his unfinished work die, and when the time hits, forward becomes the perfect shield. The warrior grinned at Lint and swore he'd always stay their commander. And now the sun was clear in the sky. No monsters had it covered. Lee Heilson strode through the woods, leaking that rust battle liquid over everything, his torn clothes hanging off him while exhaustion hit him like a wave. Heartbroken, he couldn't shake the question of why this had crashed into his life. Chin's husband dragged his feet with every step. Lee Heilson panted like his lungs were tearing apart, and he was moments from blacking out. The man figured it all started the moment that filthy creep showed up at the association, and right then, everything detonated into chaos, while Rust's smug stare burned into him. When Rust joined the association, he blurted out that he'd been hooked on alchemy since he was a kid, and now he wanted to dig into the basics of magical elements. Yet Lee was convinced everything about him screamed pure irritation, and Rust snapped back that it was all nonsense because he genuinely loved alchemy. Leo Sam was just a kid when he spotted a mushroom sprouting right beside a flower, and he practically burst with joy. He yelled for his mother to look as the mushroom popped into existence, because yesterday there'd been absolutely nothing there. He said it was like alchemy, primitive little things, like mushrooms, and that's what people do with them. Then the woman snapped and screamed that it was disgusting, yelling at him to get rid of it before it spread everywhere. Little Lee Heil wanted to protest, but fear of his mother stopped him cold. Janine had told him to drop it. "What are you doing today?" she asked. Lee Heil stared at her for a few tense seconds, then swallowed his words and lowered his head. Lee Heil Assam believed his parents were legends, top-tier alchemists, who never stopped preaching how huge their hopes were for him, because he was going to storm in as the youngest alchemist ever and rise to become a master. He thought he'd finally clawed his way to the top of the Department of Military Alchemy. Then a rust-colored sign appeared, and the truth hit hard. Everyone kept praising him as the youngest master, a real genius. But Lehigh heard the same hype and shook his head, because to him, that was pure nonsense. He spat in rage that this disgusting bastard would pay and he'd never forgive him. Then he kept marching deeper into the forest, swallowing a sharp gasp when he realized he wasn't alone, because he swore he'd take revenge on everyone he knew. He vows that Rust will never fall into despair, then he humiliates him. Lehelsum spits that Rust is just acting out of his own power. Who even knows? All he's got is luck, being born talented. The man finally looks down. He blurted in terror what it was, eyes locked on that leg. Wahale Sam yanked out a potion and yelled out some nonsense, and the guy just stared. How are you lucky enough to be here? The Hale snapped in fury, yelling about why his potion wouldn't work, and he kept insisting, we need more. So the man started dumping the remedy onto his foot, one dose at a time, then decided to pour every last bit out. Still, he stared, baffled, because nothing happened at all. Everything about this feels weird. Then it hits them. That alliance must be hiding top-tier potions. The only goal now? Get there. He yanked up his shredded cloak and pulled a squirrel from his chest, and Lee Housem muttered that he hated using it because it always smudged his clothes. The man lifted his head anyway, and it hit him too late now, too late to regret it. He tore open the scroll and blasted the first spell. There was a living spatial link snapping into place between them. La Hielsen, cling to my flesh, he growled. And parasitic transmutated beast number 4 stepped in as the king of Mixamycetes. A creepy white creature started oozing out of the scroll. Then the thing latched onto Lehelsum and refused to let go. The creature swallowed him whole, and he snapped that he needed to be brought straight to the capital. So the thing jolted awake and dragged itself across the ground with thread-like legs, vowing it would carry him there. After a while, some of them finally slipped all the way to the capital right. In front of the castle, he screamed for the creature to halt, then slammed it back into the scroll and commanded, return. He bolted straight for the open gate, convinced he had to grab the potion before time ran out. Normally, the guards would have caught him fast because he looks way too suspicious, but seeing all those civilians and the swarm of guards, he started muttering that they were dropping from the sky and somehow looked like fish-like. The weapon was totally useless against them. One guard snapped, "Where's the army? We need a rescue team right now." Suddenly, dark matter still unawakened, and wrong began to ooze from Lehelson's wound, stabbing him with brutal pain, and he suddenly realized the Alchemists' Association had to be right around the corner, and a potion was just waiting there for him. The man rounded the corner and froze at the sight of the Association's shattered building, while people sprinted around it in pure chaos. Lee Housem had no clue where he even came from. Like maybe he just got in the wrong place. After all, it should be right here. Maybe he just turned the wrong way. But no, this is it. This is the building he needs. He crumpled to the ground, staring at that towering mess of rubble and scrap, and his heart screamed that it was the Association building. No way. All his life was poured into her. She couldn't be wiped out like this. An unknown voice shouted, calling out to Lee Hailsum. Was it really the legendary master Lee Hailsum? Well, well. Suddenly, Lee held a snap to it. They were trapped inside a barrier, and nobody could see a single thing about them. He flashed a grin, jabbed at Lehelsum's wound, and practically bragged that something wild was hiding there. Then he snapped his eyes to the building and asked if this really was the Alchemists' Association. When the place delivered, it turned out to be pure spectacle, because a whole flock of heavenly salmon swooped down from the sky, and they shot straight for the Association building like it had their hearts on the other side. Like something hidden in there was exactly what they couldn't get enough of. The unknown insisted it was just a wild coincidence then that infuriating swordswoman showed up, and suddenly every other building got wrecked except this one, and he's still devastated it happened. Lee Hailsum tried to crawl back, but he tumbled backward by accident and then blurted out, shocked out of his mind, "Who am I? What am I doing here?" The unknown grinned and stayed silent, then burst into a laugh. "What the hell, that's all. Just extraordinary, I guess. Still not interesting. And yeah, he's a man." Master pulled back, grabbed the moment, and demanded, "Why should you thank me, Master Lee Halsum? Tell me what I even did." The unknown person snapped back that the magic schemes were defective, and that's exactly why his entire plan collapsed. Lehilsum didn't even see him coming. He slammed into his space, grabbed him by the face, and held on like he meant it. The unknown grabbed the Hailsum and started blasting dark matter straight into him. Oh, what a mess. Did he stumble onto something so delicious that it hooked him instantly? Yeah, he totally loved it. The demon buried inside Lee Hale's Som is exploding in size at breakneck speed, and to make it even wilder, he's ridiculously compatible with mushrooms, all while the whole thing churns with dark, negative emotion. Honestly, it's a perfect mess. The unknown man told the Hall he wanted to hand him a gift proof of his gratitude. Suddenly, Lahao's body vomited out an enormous spill of dark matter, pouring from the wound like a living shadow. He swore that a brand new life is waiting for Lee Halesum, that he'll be reborn into something better, and he's honestly thrilled he stayed. Alright, it's sprint time for him, because who knows when that woman will show up. Good luck, Lahale in this brand new demonic life. Lahal jolted awake, and then, bam, every ounce of pain in his right leg vanished. People surged toward him, yelling if he was okay. Then Lee Halsum finally cracked his eyes open. Magic mushrooms burst out of his body like they had been waiting to strike. People screamed, then the horror hit. Mushrooms exploded into view, and Lajol tore out a shrill scream right after. He transformed into a demon with a hail-summoning presence, and everyone stared at him like he was pure filth. He scanned the area and froze hands still, doing nothing. Then everyone screamed, "It's a monster!" Nah, this thing was a demon in human shape, and it looked straight like it summoned that salmon from the sky to dive down on them. By the second, people bolted into the street, screaming for someone to kill the demon Lahal Sam. Hurry, destroy, hurry up, call the army? But it's a demon, so no way, you've got to call the knights. Now where's the alchemists? Looks like the only ones left are the students who got wounded. The demonically hailed Sam froze in panic because everyone stared at him like he was something terrifying. Then sweat started streaming down his face. People screamed that it was poison. Everyone had to bolt, and nobody was allowed to let anyone push through. Just as the demon by his side shouted, "Wait!" and thrust his hand out after them, a bullet suddenly tore into him. He froze mid-move. When he finally turned, he saw the shooter clear as day, a man who just fired at him. Leihausen saw a whole pack of knights lined up ahead, pistols aimed straight at his face, and the lead knight blared that the firing was his order. Weapons ready. The chief of the knight thrust his hand up and barked for the soldiers to load their weapons, ready to explode forward. He snapped his hand forward, and a brutal hail of bullets erupted into Lausum, shredding straight through his body. He roared at his subordinate to yank the magic weapon away. Because they weren't fooled, it was a demon, no bullets, no elements, nothing would touch it, not a single thing, and there was no doubt about it. He shot his hand straight up and snapped that they were wildly short on manpower, especially for this. One of the knights suggested they charge head-on Captain Harold, but Harold cut him off. It wasn't that simple. Then the report hit this demon doesn't just fight, it releases poison. So yeah, everyone has to swap out the magical elements, because you've only got one shot, one volley, and the knights were screaming that it had to be done. Chats blared in the air, and Leihausen tried to speak, but his words shattered into messy, incoherent noise instead. He spun around in a jolt, and there it was, a window flashing his reflection back at him, demon features and all, and Leihausen froze in shock, refusing to believe what he was seeing. Captain Harold roared at all his subordinates to open fire, and Leihausen snarled that he was burning up. Captain Harold caught it. The fire wasn't landing a dent. He snapped. Demons fireproof? Then he roared for everyone to stop firing and draw steel. We're attacking. The knights surged forward at the demon, until Lee Hill suddenly looked down. He realized he was trapped under a manhole. Then he melted into liquid and vanished into the night before anyone could spot him. Captain Harold's jaw dropped when he realized the demon didn't just flee, it slipped cleanly into the sewers and vanished. The captain blurts it out. Lehigh pushes through the sewers and claws his way out, dodging the knights as far as he possibly can. Right then, Karen yelled that the salmon attack had cost them dearly, but once they sold the magic stones, they'd claw back about the same amount, and she made it clear she wanted to reward anyone who pushed through and stood out when things got this brutal. She glanced at her friends, then shouted for Ari and Roa. The girl said they didn't just size up the enemy's power in a flash, they'd pass that intel to the others in no time. And then she nodded. Corinne turned to Linta and praised him for fighting the enemy so bravely that the civilians didn't get hurt, because around here people love to rush in head first, and Linta didn't let them charge blindly. He said he was genuinely flattered by those beautiful words. So Lintus admitted he'd resigned, but he couldn't help smiling because he'd still been able to lend a hand. And then Corinne kept going, shifting right into the introduction of Rust. The main character jabbed his fist to his chest and swore he was listening to her right then. She said he snapped into action, launched a crushing attack, and wiped out the salmon. Then his moves earned nothing but praise. Because of him, they barely escaped with their lives one wrong move, and it would have turned into pure chaos. Karen couldn't even find the words to thank Rasta. She told them she was thrilled Russ had joined their crew, and Russ shot back, "Thanks, you have no idea how much that praise means to me." The whole crowd erupted into applause for the hero, thrilled that he'd carved out their salvation. And you could feel the joy rolling through everyone. The main character grinned at his friends, pure happiness lighting up his face. All around him, everyone flashed warm smiles at once. Rust felt his heart finally ease up in that moment, like the whole world had stopped, and just like that, he'd already forgotten Lahilisim's escape, leaving every last worry to vanish. Corinne grinned and told him she'd already filed an official report with the Alchemist Association, laid out every detail about the Lihal Sam attack, then added, like everyone could see, that the salmon didn't stop at the attack spot. They hit the capital too. Russ can't shake the feeling that the association is going through hell. He truly thought he wouldn't return, but in the end, he still cares about his old lair. Corinne said the capital is all mixed up and wobbling right now, and they won't sit around waiting for orders. Then Rust smirked and said, "No way, we've got to seize this opening and start selling their magic crystals." Karen grinned and told us, "Yeah, let's start selling them." And Rasta just sat there, knowing they're about to get slammed with a huge amount of production work for the sales ahead.